You have one qualifier on this Tuesday here in Summerside. Cabot Tower, Nick Oaks, Pineapple Express, Willie McKay, Fast Track. Off end pacing, Pineapple Express leaves out, Cabot Towers on the rail. Arriving at the opening eighth, and it'll be Pineapple Express on to the lead for Willie McKay with Cabot Tower to go second. Pineapple Express leads off the quarter with Cabot Tower second, and the quarter mile went 29 and 4. Now, Cabot Tower has made a move from the outside. He's the leader at the midway point. Pineapple Express is second. The half mile in a minute and 4. Cabot Tower leads at the 5/8 on Pineapple Express. They arrive at 3/4 as a team now. Cabot Tower at the rail and matching strides Pineapple Express. The 3/4 in 1:31 and 3. Eighth of a mile out in this lone qualifier. Pineapple Express on the outside, now the leader on Cabot Tower second. On the wire next with Pineapple Express and Willie McKay. Cabot Tower second. Time for the mile in 2:02 and 2.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2. Testing from the broadcast desk. Test 1, 2, 3.
Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera
up. Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Red Shores here in Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. 15 races on tap for you here tonight. The feature race comes up in race number 14 with 5 starters. Middleton Terror on the rail with Jason Hughes. Doc Awesome 2 with David Dowling. Sobble Attack 3 with Kenny Murphy. 4 is Freeman's Legacy with Jacob Sweet. And 5 on the outside is Brookdale Johnny with Paul Angelo. Going to be a great night for harness racing. Thunder and lightning here a little while ago this afternoon. It got real dark. A little bit of rain for about 5 or 10 minutes, but not much, and it looks like it's going to be a beautiful night here tonight at Red Shores in Summerside. We're going to show the Gold Cup and Saucer in the second pregame. We'll talk all about that in a little bit. We have some program and equipment changes for you, and for all of those, let's go upstairs to the man who will call all the action. Here is Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway for tonight's racing program, event number 19 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 23 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Summerside. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Dylan Allain. The associate judges are Mr. Ronnie Hennessy and Mr. Gary Devine. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. In tonight's first race, scratch number 5, Canvas of Stars, she will not go. Race 1, scratch number 5, Canvas of Stars. Next change on the program, you'll go to race number 5, featuring the Super High 5. It's the Peter Coughlin Memorial. In the 5th race, scratch number 7, Vince, and move in number 9, D.A. Galloway. Make the driver Ryan DeRage. Race number 5, scratch the 7, Vince, and move in number 9, D.A. Galloway. Ryan DeRage will be the driver. Turning over to race number 6, the Bruce Stearns Memorial. Number 3, Hamac Charger, from a Shady Daisy to a regular Shadow Roll. Also in race 6, scratch number 6, J.J. Kinley, and scratch number 8, Handle on You. Race 6, we have scratches of 6, J.J. Kinley, and number 8, Handle on You. Next change, go to race number 8. In the 8th race, number 3, 902, will go from blind to blinkers. Turning over to race number 9. Number 6, Pandora Senna, will go from a chin chain to a chin strap. Final change on tonight's program goes in race number 10. In the 10th race, scratch number 6, Mark It Up. Race 10, scratch number 6, Mark It Up. That will complete the changes at this time on tonight's 15 race presentation. The Parmitchell Wickets are open and selling. The first race post time is set for 6 o'clock. That will leave you 26 minutes to make your race 1 selections.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside. I'm Rocky Skierman, Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. The Gold Cup and Saucer 67, presented by Atlantic Lottery. That raced Saturday night in Charlottetown. Let's have a look from the half.
At the rail, time is on my side, fifth. Third over six, Brew Hanover. Ammo at the rail, seventh. Mickey Shannon on the outside, eighth. Trumpster Blues at the rail, ninth. 55 and 4. Boom! Just like that, that's the half mile. Sugar Man is open by 2. Fifth and 5 at the rail. He's a racing second. Geordie between them third. On the cones, time is on my side, fourth. Outside fifth is Helava. Ammo 6. Brew Hanover 7th. Trumpster Blues 8th. Mickey Shan 9th. 3/4 in 1. 22 and 2. They do have a shot at the track record. In at the rail, Sugar Man, 5th and 5. Time is on my side. 5th and 5. Jody Jamieson has won the Gold Cup and Saucer. Tight for the deuce, time is on my side. And Sugar Man, they are right alongside, and they just equaled the track record. 149.4. Wow!
Yeah, wow is right. An incredible performance on Saturday night by 5th and 5 and Jody Jamieson. Jody Jamieson and his father, Carl, they team up with Dr. Ian Moore and Tyler Moore as the only father and sons to win the Gold Cup and Saucer, and that, of course, equaled the track pacing record, and it was also the fastest Gold Cup and Saucer in history. So congratulations once again to all the connections of 5th and 5 and driver Jody Jamieson. Going to be a good night for harness racing here. Hope you can join us at Red Shores in Summerside. And if you have a look at the in-house monitors, there's a look at the selections for tonight's opener. The Atlantic Post calls Paddock Kim. I'm going 4-3-1. Post time picks at 4-3-2. Classifier's choice is 4-2-3. In the opener, scratch the 5. Canvas of Stars. She will not go.
First race on Post Parade, number 1, Singer's Choice, owned by Paul Banks of St. John, New Brunswick. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. Number 2, Electra Flying, is owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey. Daryl McLean is the trainer driver. Molly Malone wears number 3, owned by Fred and Carly Painter. Debbie and Neil Ramsey, trained by Fred Painter. Kenny Murphy up. Number 4, Salzbrook Fancy, owned by Jordan McKay of French River and John Mellenbacher of Oakville, Ontario. Trained by Chris McKay, Paul Langell driving. 5 is Scratch number 6, Elm Grove Quest, owned and trained by Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick. David Dowling will drive. Neldy McDonald does the Post Parade. Number 7 is Apple Pie Moonshine, owned by Macy Story from Tyne Valley, trained by Kyle Marchbank, driven by Ryan DeRage. Only 2 minutes wagering time on the first race. 2 minutes to post time. This is the start of the I'll Pick 5, the $2,000 guaranteed pool, the low 15% takeout. Rocky Skirman is coming up next from the HBI broadcast desk.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's opener. First half of the daily double, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor. It's also the start of the 20-cent I'll Pick 5. There is a look at the 4. Salzbrook Fancy, a 3-year-old bay filly by Somewhere Fancy for Jordan McKay of French River and John Mellenbacher of Oakville, Ontario. Chris McKay, the trainer. Paul Angel gets the call to drive tonight. Started at Charlottetown on August the 14th, left from post 7, finished 4th. Race time 1:56 and 4, 29 seconds flat. Closing quarter, that was from post 7. August the 6th at Charlottetown, left from 2 and finished 3rd, 1:55 and 2, 29 seconds flat on the end of it. Right in the middle of the card tonight, that is the 4, Salzbrook Fancy with Paul Angel aboard at 4-5. And there we get a peek at the 3, Molly Malone, a 4-year-old bay mare by In the Arsenal for Fred and Carly Painter, Debbie and Neil Ramsey. Fred Painter is the trainer. It's Kenny Murphy aboard for the drive. Scratched on the 13th in Charlottetown. August the 4th, right here at Summerside, left from 6, finished 9th, 1:59 and 2, 29 and 3, closing quarter. I like that start here on July the 7th, left from 4. Wire-to-wire winner in 1:56 and 4, right to her mark, 28 and 4, closing quarter. For Kenny Murphy, Molly Malone leaving 3 tonight with Mr. Murphy aboard at 6-1. And leaving on the rail tonight, that is Singer's Choice, a 4-year-old bay mare by Courtly Choice for Paul Banks of St. John, New Brunswick. Jacob Sweet is the trainer and the driver. Charlottetown, August the 22nd, left from 6 and finished 2nd, just beat 5.5, 1:58 flat, 29 and 3 on the end of it. Has a win this season, 1:58 and 2, new record taken right here at Summerside. Leaving on the rail tonight, I expect this mare to be close to or on the front. Jacob Sweet is in the bike, and look at those odds right now, 19-1. Let's have a quick peek at the odds board for tonight's opener. Scratch down a field of 6 with Singer's Choice on the rail at 17-1. Electra Flying 2 with Daryl McLean at 3-1. Molly Malone 3 with Kenny Murphy at 6-1. The 4, Salzbrook Fancy and Paul Angel 4-5. 5 Canvas of Stars has been scratched. 6, Elm Grove Quest and David Dowling at 3-1. And Apple Pie Moonshine goes into a new burn. Ryan DeRoche will drive from post 7 at 8-1. That's the field for tonight's opener. Good luck with your plays. Nice rainbow in the background there. We can see here over Red Shores in Summerside, tonight's opener, scratched down to a field of 6. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Rocky, we got the greatest fans in harness racing, and I thank them very much for their patience here. A little tardy here to get the Tuesday night card underway, but they're lining up in the opener. Singer's Choice, Electrifying, Molly Malone, Salzbrook Fancy, Elmgrove Quest, Apple Pie Moonshine. Here they come. Ralphin pacing, Singer's Choice, the first one out. Second, that is Electrifying. Up from the outside, Apple Pie Moonshine. Third, Molly Malone's away fourth. Then in fifth, that is Salzburg Fancy, followed by the trailer, Elmgrove Quest. On the backstretch, and they're going to the quarter. Here's the Electrifying for Darrell McLean to take over the lead. Singer's Choice now second. Apple Pie Moonshine, left hard. She dropped in third. That's Molly Malone in fourth. Racing from fifth is Salzburg Fancy, and followed by the trailer. That is Elmgrove Quest. There is a solid opener here in 28 seconds flat. They're rounding the paddock turn, led by Electrifying. Singer's Choice in the 2-hole, racing third. That's Apple Pie Moonshine. The backfield in motion now. Coming up from the outside fourth, that's Salzbrook Fancy, and she flushes the cover of Apple Pie Moonshine. Molly Malone at the rail. Our racing fifth on the outside six. That is Elmgrove Quest. They're paired up on by the half mile. Electrifying, the midway point leader in 58 and 3. Apple Pie Moonshine on the outside second. Third up the rail. That's Singer's Choice up the inside. Molly Malone retakes fourth. On the outside fifth, that's Salzbrook Fancy, stalling at the present time. And then the sixth one is Elmgrove Quest. They arrive at 3/4. Apple Pie Moonshine the leader. Second, Electrifying. Salzbrook Fancy finding a better stride now. Out there 3 wide third. Fourth is Singer's Choice. 3/4 in 1. 27 and 2. And they're headed on home. They're well grouped here in tonight's opener. Apple Pie Moonshine, Salzbrook Fancy, way wide Elmgrove Quest, on the wire next. Salzbrook Fancy coming late on the outside. She might have got there, but Apple Pie Moonshine right alongside. There's a win photo to open up this Tuesday night. 157 and 4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's opener. And we saw Electrifying go to the front tonight, lay down some fractions, 28 seconds flat, the half in 58 and 3. 127 and 2 to 3/4. Here's the stretch drive. Apple Pie Moonshine came first over, followed by Salzbrook Fancy, and Salzbrook Fancy's going to flip off cover down the stretch here and is going to get up to get her win tonight. That is her 4th lifetime win, her 3rd win of the season tonight. 157 and 4. In for second, that is the 7 Apple Pie Moonshine. In for third is Singer's Choice. 4-7-1 unofficially in tonight's opener. There's a great shot by Matthew McLean from Universal Media of tonight's opener with Salzbrook Fancy and Paul Angel. They're going to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Well, the post-time favorite need every inch of the old SRW racetrack to get to the winner's circle in tonight's opener, and that's for Salisbrook Fancy, and she's on her way to the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner's circle. Bay pacing filly 3 by Somewhere Fancy off the betting line dam, Line in the Sand, owned by Jordan McKay of French River and John Mellenbacher of Oakville, Ontario, bred by the Salisbrook Stables, and Michael McKenzie of Nova Scotia, trained by Chris McKay. Paul Angel's in the driver's seat tonight, 157 and 4. Time for the mile. Salisbrook Fancy in the Tuesday night opener at Summerside.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results from the first race: Singer's Choice 3rd, Electra Flying 6th, Molly Malone was 4th, Salisbrook Fancy the race winner, Canvas of Stars was scratched, Elm Grove Quest finished 5th, Apple Pie Moonshine was 2nd, fractions were 28, 58 and 3, 127 and 2, and the mile in 157 and 4. In review, 364, 1 scratch, 5-2. Salisbrook Fancy returning 350 to win. The exactor 63.90, the triactor 339.70, and the superfactor was 119.31.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores on a Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman along with Vance Cameron bringing you all the action tonight. Let's talk about the 2026 Red Shores wagering menu. Red Shores Racing has a full menu of wagering options for the 2026 racing season. Customers can play the I'll Pick 5 with a $2,000 guaranteed pool, 2 Super High Fives, and a new Late Pick 4 with a $1,000 guaranteed pool. The I'll Pick 5, Super High 5, and the Late Pick 4 feature an industry low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming second race. Field of 6. I'm going to go 4-3-6. Post time picks at 4-3-2. Classifier selections 4-6-2 in the second race in 6 minutes.
Second race on parade, 1 J.J. Nicky, owned by Jamie McKinley, Jeff Lilly, and Blair McLaughlin. Jacob Sweet now trains and drives. 2 is Filthy Philly, owned by Andrew Campbell of New Waterford, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, David Dowling. Number 3, West River Kennedy, owned by Haley McDonald of Charlottetown, trained by Claire McDonald. Neldy McDonald's in the sulky. Exhilarating 4, owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey. Daryl trains and drives. Number 5, Zaya, is owned by Won't Back Down Stable from North River, Nova Scotia. Wick McCollum is the trainer, driven by Paul Langell. 6 is Terrorizer, this owned by Jeff Valley of Thornton, Ontario. Landon Campbell trains and drives at 3 minutes. 2 post time. Rocky returns to the look at the top drivers here at Red Shores, Summerside.
And there's a look at the top drivers coming into tonight. Paul Langell leads the way with 37 wins. Corey McPherson has 32. Mark Campbell with 26 wins. Kenny Murphy and Jason Hughes each tied with 19 wins. Those are the top drivers thus far here at Red Shores in Summerside. Let's head out to the track for tonight's second race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor wagering available. Also, don't forget you can tag your ticket for a chance at that Wild Horses jackpot of $25. Win, place, and show as well. There's a look at the 4, Exhilarating, a 3-year-old Bay Filly by Shanghai Phil for Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey. Daryl McLean is the trainer and the driver. Started at Charlottetown on Friday, August the 21st. Left on the rail. Cut it out, finished 5th, 157 4, 31 3 closing quarter. Has a win, 2 minutes and 2/5 earlier on in the season at Charlottetown. It's Exhilarating from post 4 with Daryl McLean at 3-5. And there we get a peek at the 3, West River Kennedy, a 3-year-old brown filly by Bet the Moon for Haley McDonald of Charlottetown. She's also the breeder, along with her mother, Claire McDonald. Claire McDonald is the trainer, and her son, Neldy, will do the driving. Started at Charlottetown Friday, August the 21st. Left from post 5 and finished 5, just beat by 3 lengths. Race timed in 157 2, 29 2 closing quarter. Neldy was in the bike for that one. Look, 3 starts down at Truro on July 31st. Left from 5, right to the front, 28 4 to the quarter. Was a winner by 4 1/4 in 2 minutes and 2/5, 30 4 closing quarter. Kenny McDonald was in the bike for that one. That was a maiden breaking win for West River Kennedy. Could be on or near the point tonight. Leaving from post 3 with that post 5 start on July the 31st, right to the front. Well, Neldy might decide to send her right to the front tonight. It's West River Kennedy with Neldy McDonald. Good odds, 8-1. And there we get a peek at the 6. Terrorizer This, a 3-year-old bay filly by Stonebridge Terror. Jeff Valley of Thornton is the owner. Landon Campbell is the trainer and the driver. Started August the 14th. That was a Friday night at Charlottetown. Left on the rail, finished second, just beat by 2, 157 and 3. 29 and 1 closing quarter. Mark Campbell was in the bike. 2 wins on the season, including a 159 and 1 new record taken at Northside Downs on June the 20th in an Atlantic Sire Stakes B division. Mark Campbell was in the bike. It's Terrorizer This on the outside 6 with Landon Campbell, 8 to 1. Let's have a look at that odds board for tonight's second race. Field of 6. JJ Nicky on the rail at 6 to 1. Filthy Philly 2 at 3 to 1. The 3 is West River Kennedy at 6 to 1. Exhilarating 4 at 4 to 5. Zaya is 5 at 4 to 1. And in the outside 6 is Terrorizer This at 8 to 1. That's the field for tonight's second race. Good luck with your plays. Tonight's second race has a field of 6. Lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
JJ Nicky, Filthy Philly, West River Kennedy, Exhilarating, Zaya, and Terrorizer This. It's the second on the gate. Top of the stretch. Ready for a start. The rough and pacing, exhilarating, leaving out on the rail, J.J. Nicky between horses, Filthy Philly. Third one to make the turn. West River County got away fourth, and in fifth, that's Zaya. And the trailer, Terrorizer, this to the backstretch, led by J.J. Nicky along the rail, exhilarating on the outside as they race the backstretch, going to the opening quarter. A little brouhaha here early on this Tuesday night, and J.J. Nicky, she's a long shot in here, and she's the leader for Jacob Sweet. How's about 27 and 3? That's a serious big-time opener by J.J. Nicky and Jacob Sweet. That'll put the favorite, exhilarating, right in the two-hole. Back into third, that's Filthy Philly, racing fourth. West River Kennedy, fifth is Zaya. Trailing to the outside, Terrorizer, they six, halfway home, led by J.J. Nicky. 56 and 4, incredible opening fractions put on the board by J.J. Nicky, the leader at 5/8. Exhilarating is second on the outside. Filthy Philly is third, but no advancement. Fourth at the rail, West River Kennedy. Terrorizer, this out there, 3 wide, fifth. Trailing but not out of it. That is Zaya. They go by 3/4. J.J. Nicky, the leader. Exhilarating, the challenger. Opening 3/4 went 127 and 1 as they round the turn for the final time. J.J. Nicky, she is still there. Exhilarating on the outside, second. West River Kennedy into the passing lane, third. Way wide, Terrorizer, this deep stretch now on the wire. J.J. Nicky got there all the way. West River Kennedy second. There will be a show photo. 157-3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's second race. J.J. Nicky, you can't win a race, bring them to the west as Jacob Sweet sends her right down the road tonight. 27 and 3, the half up in 56 and 4. 127 and 1 to 3/4. Here's a stretch drive. I thought West River Kennedy was going to go right on by here in the passing lane, but J.J. Nicky battles back and wins tonight. New race win record, 157 and 3. Her first win of the season, second career. Jacob Sweet in the bike. In for second is the 3. West River Kennedy up for third. That's the 6. Terrorizer this. 136 unofficially. In tonight's second race, we're going to see J.J. Nicky and Jacob Sweet in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
J.J. Nicky goes all the way and wins in a photo finish in the second. She's going to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle. Nicky's a big-facing mare 4 by Hilarious Halo from the Grin Premier de Ear Dam. Feeling home. Owned by Jamie McKinley, Jeff Lilly, and Blair McLaughlin. Jamie McKinley is the breeder. Jacob Sweet now trains and drives. She's on top all the way to a new record tonight of 157 and 3. J.J. Nicky wires the second.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Racetrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Racetrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the official results in the second race, J.J. Nicky the winner, Filthy Philly 6, West River Kennedy second, Exhilarating fifth, Zaya finished fourth, Terrorizer This was third. They went 27 and 3, 56 and 4, 127 and 1, and the Mild in 157 and 3. In review, 162. 5, 4, 3. J.J. Nicky, 1770 to win. The exactor was $81. The triactor honored the ticket 1-3 all at 154.80. Superfecta carry over in the early daily double paid 24.20.
Bet anywhere, anytime with HPI Bet. Enjoy more and get more by using Canada's only dedicated horse betting platform at home, on vacation, or at the track. For more details, visit hpi.com/promotions. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming third race, field of 7. I like 4-7-1. Post time picks going 1-4-3. Classifier's choices 1-4-6 in the third in 7 minutes.
Sure Thing Captain on the third race post parade, owned by David John Sweet and Brett McDonald. Ralph Sweet does the training tonight. Jacob Sweet drives. 2 is Starship Zodiac, owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove and Reese Williams of Summerside. Robbie does the training, driven by Brady Sweet. 3 is Starship Destiny. The owners are Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Ava Lett. Trained by Mario Macri. Kenny Murphy drives. Nova Scotia Strong, number 4, owned by Tyler Moore, Gordy Rudolph, Archie Hattie, and James Bagnall. Darren Crow trains and drives. 5 is Brookdale Gym, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Jason Hughes. 6 is Mappo O'Reilly, owned by Haley Curry of Rocky Point, trained by Taylor Doyle, Ryan DeRocha. Number 7, Brookdale Thomas, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell drives at 4 minutes to post time. Rocky is back with a rundown of the top trainers here in Summerside.
And there's a look at our top 4 trainers here in Summerside. Earl Watts leads the way with 18 wins. Jacob Sweet in second with 15. Phil Sizer third with 10. Adam Murner rounds out the top 4 with 9 wins. Those are the top trainers here at Red Shores in Summerside. Let's head out to the track for tonight's third race. Exactor 20-cent Superfecta tractor wagering in here, landing on the 4. Nova Scotia Strong. 6-year-old Bay Gelding by He's Watching for Tyler Moore, Gordy Rudolph, Archie Hattie, and James Bagnall. Darren Crow is the trainer and the driver. Started at Charlottetown on August 20th from post 6. Finished 6th. Race timed 1:55.1, 30.1 closing quarter. Has 2 wins, 1:57 flat. Season's best at Truro Raceway. It's Nova Scotia Strong from post 4, dropping down a little bit in class in here. Right now, 3-4. And there we get a peek at the 7, Brookdale Thomas. A 5-year-old bay horse by All Bets Off for Doug and Doug Polly Jr. of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer trains. It's Paul Angel looking to go get a driving double early here tonight. Started at Charlottetown August the 20th. Left from post 5. Made a break. Finished 5th. Still just beat by 4 1/4. Race time 1:56.1 with a closing quarter 27-4. From post 7 tonight, Brookdale Thomas with Paul Angel. Look at those odds. 51-1. And there's a look at the rail sitter. That's Sure Thing Captain, the 6-year-old Bay Gelding by Captain Treacherous for David and John Sweet and Brett McDonald. Ralph Sweet trains. It's Jacob Sweet in the bike. Last start was in Charlottetown, August the 20th from post 3. Finished 7th. Race time 1:55.3, 31-1 closing quarter. He was parked though to the quarter in 26-3 in that start. He's on the rail tonight. Sure Thing Captain with Jacob Sweet looking to go back to back at 1-9. Tonight's third race has a field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Sure Thing Captain, Starship Zodiac, Starship Destiny, Nova Scotia Strong, Brookdale Jim, Maple O'Reilly, Brookdale Thomas, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Rough and pacing Starship Destiny and Sure Thing Captain leaving out. Starship Zodiac, he'll be second into the turn. Starship Destiny away third. Nova Scotia Strong fourth. Then in fifth, that's Brookdale Jim. 6 is Maple O'Reilly. In 7th, Brookdale Thomas. There's a programmed order start here in the third. Up front, the heavy favorite is on the engine. Sure Thing Captain in line to Jacob Sweet by a little better than 2. Starship Zodiac goes second. Starship Destiny third. Nova Scotia Strong is in fourth. 28 and 2 open it up. That's Brookdale Jim 5th. And in 6th, Maple O'Reilly trailing 7th. That's Brookdale Thomas off the paddock turn. They're in straight alignment. Towards the half mile they come. Sure Thing Captain, the fraction center. Starship Zodiac second. Here comes Nova Scotia Strong on the outside and moving up third. Starship Destiny fourth. Maple O'Reilly's underway on the outside fifth. Brookdale Jim in 6th. Brookdale Thomas 7th, 58 and 2 for a half a mile. Arriving at the 5-8, Sure Thing Captain the leader. Nova Scotia Strong the challenger. Starship Zodiac third. Fourth is Starship Destiny. That's Maple O'Reilly on the outside fifth. 6 is Brookdale Jim and 7th. Brookdale Thomas, they swing by 3/4. Sure Thing Captain is still there in 1:27 and 1. Grinding away first up is Nova Scotia Strong. Starship Zodiac third, way wide. Brookdale Thomas coming late fourth, and down the stretch they come. Sure Thing Captain, Nova Scotia Strong on the wire. Sure Thing Captain all the way to double up Jacob Sweet. Looked like Nova Scotia Strong for second with Starship Zodiac third. But it's Sure Thing Captain all the way in 1:56 and 2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's third race. Sure Thing Captain, he's way down in class here tonight. And he goes all the way, 28-2, 58-2, 127 and 1. Here's the stretch drive. Jacob Sweet's going to go back-to-back for the double tonight. Ralph Sweet is the trainer for owners David and John Sweet and Brett McDonald. Their winner tonight in 156 and 2. Third win of the season, 24th career. In for second, it looks like the 4. It is posted. Nova Scotia Strong in there for second. Starship Zodiac third. It's 1-4-2 unofficially in tonight's third race. We'll see Sure Thing Captain and Jacob Sweet in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
Sure Thing Captain on his way into the Woodmere Standardbred winners circle from the third race. Bay Pacing Gelding 6 years by Captain Treacherous off the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam. Abbey Road Hanover, owned by David and John Sweet and Brett McDonald. Bred by Marvin Katz and Kentuckiana Farms. Trained by Ralph Sweet. Jacob Sweet in the driver's seat. Had him on top at every call. in 156 and 2. And for Jacob, that's back-to-back winners for the double. Sure Thing Captain in the third.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Here's the official results now from the third race. Sure Thing Captain, the race winner. Starship Zodiac third. Starship Destiny fifth. Nova Scotia Strong second. Brookdale Jim was fourth. Maple O'Reilly finished sixth. Brookdale Thomas was seventh. 28 and 2. 58 and 2. 127 and 1. And the mile in 156 and 2. In review, 135, 24, 67. Sure Thing Captain paid $2.30 to win. The Exactor $4.30, the Triactor $12.50, and the Superfecta $5.79. Fourth race is the Walter B. Medich Memorial. Number 1 is Harlequin Romance. Ombagashia from Kensington. Nakia Bridges Barlow, Summerside, trained by James Barlow. Jason Hughes drives. 2 is Sophie's Cam, owned by Ivanhoe Landry from Nouvelle, Quebec. Ricky Armstrong does the condition, driven by Kenny Murphy. Timberley Lady 3, Jacob Sweet, training and driving for Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Thinking of Eddie, number 4, on Bachar Perry of Tignish, and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady is the trainer driver. 5 is Sheila's Brush, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland. Nick Oakes trains and drives. Dolly Sky, number 6, owned by Vance McMillan of West Cape, trained by Mario Macri, Ryan DeRocha. Number 7, Sporty Spice, David Dowling drives for owner-trainer Sylvia Hall Andrews of Nanaimo, British Columbia. Down to 3 minutes to post time. Just a friendly reminder, players can get in on the early and late Super High Five. First one comes up in race number 5, and we close out the night in a race number 15 with the Super High Five.
Let's head up to the track for tonight's 4th race. Walter B. Medich Memorial landing on the 2 in here. That's Sophie's Cam. Exactor 20-cent superfecta. Triactor wagering are available. There is the 2. Sophie's Cam, a 12-year-old bay mare by Yankee Cam for Ivanhoe Landry of Nouvelle, Quebec, who's also the breeder. Ricky Armstrong is the trainer, and it's Kenny Murphy in the driver's seat. Scratched out of the last one on August the 18th at Charlottetown. August the 15th at Charlottetown from post 8 in the outside. Finished 8th. Race time 1:56.4, 28.2. Closing quarter. It's Sophie's Cam from post 2 with Kenny Murphy aboard. Good odds, 8-1. There's a look at the 4. Thinking of Eddie, a 5-year-old bay mare by Pang Shui for Tyra Perry and Brady Sweet. Brady's also the trainer and the driver. Charlottetown, August the 18th from post 6, right to the front, 27.3 to that quarter. The half and 56.3, finished 5th. Race time 1:58.3 for Brady Sweet. Has a win, 159 flat this season at Summerside. Thinking of Eddie from post 4 with Brady Sweet at 3-5. And leaving on the rail tonight is Harlequin Romance, a 6-year-old bay mare by He's Watching for Gus Shaw and Nakia Bridges Barlow. James Barlow trainer, Jason Hughes in the bike. Last start was Friday night, August 21st at Charlottetown from post 3. Finished 3rd, race time 1:57.3, 29.4 on the end of it. Keith Legg was in the bike. She's still looking for that first win of 2026. I think she should get a real good trip tonight. Leaving off the rail, she likes it better on a helmet, and she could be there tonight. That's Harlequin Romance with Jason Hughes at 8-1. Tonight's fourth race has a field of 7 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate in the Walter B. Medich Memorial. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Harlequin Romance, Sophie's Cam, Timberly Lady. Thinking of Eddie, Sheila's Brush, Dolly Sky, Sporty Spice. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, leaving out Sophie's Cam, Harlequin Romance, and Timberly Lady, and 4 wide. That is Thinking of Eddie as she leaves out. Then Sheila's Brush down to the rail 5th. Dolly Sky goes 6th, and Sporty Spice is 7th. On the backstretch, the veteran mare Sophie's Cam strikes the lead in line to Kenny Murphy. Second is Harlequin Romance, racing from 3rd, Timberly Lady. 4th, that's Thinking of Eddie. Now in 5th is Sheila's Brush. Then 6th, that's Dolly Sky with Sporty Spice. 7th, a solid beginning of 28 and a 1. Rounding the paddock turn, and they're all chasing Sophie's Cam in here. Harlequin Romance will get the 2-hole ride. That's Timberly Lady 3rd. Thinking of Eddie goes 4th. Sheila's Brush has 5th. Then in 6th, Dolly Sky, and on the outside 7th, that is Sporty Spice halfway home in here. And Sophie's Cam, the midway point leader in 58 and 4. Up from the outside to race second, that is Thinking of Eddie. Third up the rail, Harlequin Romance. On the outside 4th, that's Timberly Lady. Sheila's Brush at the rail 5th. Moving up 6th, that is Sporty Spice. On the outside 7th, Dolly Sky, new leader at 3/4. Thinking of Eddie takes over late for Brady Sweet. That's Timberly Lady 2nd. Sporty Spice moving up to be 3rd. Dolly Sky picks up 4th at 3/4 in 1:28 and 4. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Thinking of Eddie turning for home on the outside. That's Timberly Lady right alongside the leader. Up the rail, that's Sporty Spice. Deep in the stretch, Timberly Lady. Jacob Sweet does it again. He triples up. Second is Thinking of Eddie. Sporty Spice will finish 3rd. And the time for the mile in 1:59 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fourth race. Walter B. Medich Memorial. Sophie's Cam went to the front, 28 and 1, 58 and 4, and then hit a wall going to the 3/4 in 1:28 and 4. That's when Thinking of Eddie took over. Timberly Lady was following, and down the stretch we see Timberly Lady is going to triple up Jacob Sweet tonight. It's back-to-back wins for the triple here tonight. Time for the mile, 1:59 and 1. That's her 4th win of the season, 11th career. Up for second is the 4. Thinking of Eddie with Sporty Spice 3rd, 3-4-7 unofficially. In the 4th, we will see Timberly Lady and Jacob Sweet in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Jacob Sweet's having a stellar night at the old SRW on this Tuesday night as he goes back to back to back and triples up. has a couple of training victories. It's Timberly Lady taking him into the winner's circle here in the fourth, pacing mare 5. By Pang Shui from the Stonebridge Regal Dam, Duchess Colleen. Oma Timberly Standardbreds of Alberton, bred by Jansen Sweet of Valeri. Jacob Sweet with that training double. Jacob Sweet has the driving triple on this night. The mile 159 and a 1/5. Timberly Lady in the fourth. The Walter B. Metage Memorial with the winner's circle presentation.
This race replay is presented by All Star Cresting, Atlantic Canada's most trusted screen printing, embroidery, and on-site events company. Since 2014, owners Joel and Jeremy Watts and their knowledgeable staff have been providing clients with top quality products and merchandise along with excellent customer service. Stop by one of their locations, bring them to your next community event, or contact them online at allstarcresting.ca. And always remember, at All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results in the fourth race: Harlequin Romance 6, Sophie's Cam 7th, Timberly Lady the race winner. Thinking of Eddie was second. Sheila's Brush finished 5th. Dolly's Sky 4th. Sporty Spice 3rd. 28 and 1, 58 and 4, 128 and 4, and the mile in 159 and 1. In review, 671 2543. Timberly Lady paid $10 on the nose. The exactor $25.70. The triactor $996.85, and the silver factor $111.19.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman along with Vance Cameron bringing you all the action tonight. Congratulations to Jacob Sweet. He's got 3 wins thus far, races 2, 3, and 4. Let's talk about the Kent Oaks Memorial Bursary. Prince Edward Island Harness Racing Industry Association and Red Shores are pleased to announce that applications are now open for the Kent Oaks Memorial Bursary. The bursary will be awarded annually to a successful applicant to assist with expenses associated with post-secondary education. For eligibility and application information, please visit peiharnessracing.ca. The deadline for applications is August the 31st. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 5th race, the Peter Coughlin Memorial. Scratch the 7, Vince. Move in the 9, D.A. Galloway. The driver is Ryan Darash. I'm going 3-4-5. Post time picks at 4-3-1. Classifiers choices 4-3-5 in the 5th race in 6 minutes.
The fifth race is the Peter Coughlin Memorial. Number 1, Taste the Crunch, is owned and trained by Tammy McKay of Truro, Nova Scotia. Jason Hughes drives. Bet 'em Good and Ready, number 2, owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, Danny Purcell, and Gary Frazier. Trained by George Runnison, Jacob Sweet driving. Number 3, Back Pay, is owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady Sweet is the trainer driver. Ton Run, number 4, is owned by Ivanhoe Landry of Nouvelle, Quebec. Ricky Armstrong's the trainer. Tonight, Darren Crow. 5 is Bet the Game, owned by Kevin Harvey, Charles Bolden, and Rudge Racing. Trained by Kyle DeRoche, Kenny Murphy drives. Number 6 is Paint Delight, owned by Myrtle Levy from Lose Route 204. Trained by Tammy Collins, driven by Paul Langell. 7 is Scratch, number 8, Crowd Control. Nick Oakes training and driving for JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall. Number 9 is D.A. Galloway, drawing into post 7. Owned and trained by Rouse Reed Valeri. Ryan DeRoche will be in the driver's seat. Only 2 minutes to post time. And Rocky, you and I are coming up with our selections here in the first super high five of this beauty of a Tuesday night in Summerside. And we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm on to the also eligible. Right now he's at 16 to 1. That's an amazing price coming off a win his last time around. That's D.A. Galloway. I got him on top here right off of the also eligible list. I went to 5, Bet the Game for the deuce. Tri-actor players, I went to the 3, Back Pay. And then I landed on the 4, Ton Run. And I closed it out with the newcomer to the East Coast, Taste the Crunch off of the rail. 95341 from up here in the booth. Mr. Skirman, how do you see it?
Well, I'm going to go to that 3-horse Back Pay with Brady Sweet driving. He's also the trainer and co-owner with Tyra Perry. I like that mile of 157 and 3, 2 back in the B-Stake here in Summerside on August the 9th. For second, I'll go to the 4. That's Ton Ron. Then I went to the 5, Bet the Game. Put in the rail horse, Taste the Crunch. And then the 2, Bet 'em Good and Ready. But I had my picks before I looked and saw that 9-horse was in to post 7 after winning Charlton on August the 22nd. So I'm just going to stick with my picks. You know, sometimes you change your mind. Things don't happen. So I'm going to go 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. Vance going 9, 5, 3, 4, 1. Good luck and get in on the super high five. Tonight's fifth race, the Peter Coughlin Memorial, has a field of 8 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Taste the Crunch, Bet 'em Good and Ready, Back Pay. Tauntaun Ron, Bet the Game, Paint Delight. D.A. Galloway, Crowd Controls on the grandstand side. Fifth race on the gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. They're off to a staggered start here in the fifth, and it's Back Pay headed to the front. D.A. Galloway is second, way wide. Crowd Control is up from the outside, third. Tauntaun Ron goes fourth, then in fifth. Bet 'em Good and Ready, sixth. That's Taste the Crunch. In seventh is Bet the Game, and the early trailer, Paint Delight along the backstretch, and the leader, Back Pay for Brady Sweet. D.A. Galloway got away second. That's Crowd Control. Dropped in to be third. Tauntaun Ron gapped out in fourth, racing from fifth. That's Bet 'em Good and Ready. The opening quarters up in 29 and 2. They round the top turn for the first time, and on the point is Payback in line to Brady Sweet. 2-hole ride that belongs to D.A. Galloway, racing from third. Crowd Control in fourth. Tauntaun Ron is tipped out, racing from fifth. Bet 'em Good and Ready. Taste the Crunch is sixth. On the outside, seventh. That is Bet the Game. And trailing the field, that is Paint Delight. Halfway home here in the fifth, and a comfortable half mile of 101 and 2. That's a big time backed up quarter in 32 seconds flat. On the lead, Back Pay the leader. D.A. Galloway is second. Tauntaun Ron on the outside, third. Moving up fourth, that's Bet 'em Good and Ready. Then in fifth, up the rail, Crowd Control. Bet the Game on the outside, sixth. Seventh, Taste the Crunch. And the trailer, that is Paint Delight. The 3/4 in the books. Back Pay got them there in 1:32 flat. So it's set up now. It's just a sprint to the finish from here. Back Pay the leader. D.A. Galloway to the outside. Tauntaun Ron third. Bet 'em Good and Ready fourth. D.A. Galloway will win in line to Ryan DeRage. Second, that'll go to Back Pay. And finishing third, Bet 'em Good and Ready. And the time for the mile, they went 2 minutes 3/5.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fifth race, the Peter Coughlin Memorial. And we saw Back Pay on the front, 29 and 2, the half in 101 and 2, down to 3/4 in 132 flat. Here's a stretch drive. D.A. Galloway getting a great trip there in behind and pops out to drive right on by for his second lifetime victory. Tonight, it's 2 minutes 3/5. In for second, the 3, Back Pay with Bet 'em Good and Ready third. It's 9-3-2 unofficially. In the fifth, we're going to see D.A. Galloway and Ryan DeRage in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
D.A. Galloway on his way to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle from the fifth race. Bay Pacing gelding 3 by Candle Wash off the Camelot Dam to Boo Sealster. Owned and trained by Ross Reed of Larry. Bred by Dean and Ashley Wilson of Ontario. Ryan DeRage is in the driver's seat for the win. And the time for the mile in 2 minutes and 3/5. D.A. Galloway captures the Peter Coughlin Memorial with the Winner's Circle presentation. Now the official results from the fifth race: Taste the Crunch fifth, Bet 'em Good and Ready third, Back Pay was second, Tauntaun Iran fourth, Bet the Game was seventh, Pink Delight finished eighth, Vince was scratched, Crowd Control finished sixth, D.A. Galloway was the race winner. They went 29 and 2, 101 and 2, 132, and the mile in 2 minutes and 3/5. In review, it's 5-3-2, 4-7-8, scratch 6-1. D.A. Galloway paid $420. The exactor was $12.10. The triactor $152.10. And the super high five was $454.95.
The 2026 Atlanta Classic sale is scheduled for Friday, October the 9th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds starting at 11 a.m. Join us on October the 8th from 4 till 8 p.m. at the Exhibition Grounds for a yearling preview. Visit Atlantic-Classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sale results. And there's a look at the selections into the screen for the upcoming sixth race. Scratch down to a field of 6 in here with the scratch of 6, J.J. Kinley, and the scratch of 8, Handle On You. I'm going 2-4-5. Post time picks at 2-5-4. Classifier selections 5-4-2 in the sixth in 6 minutes.
Tonight's sixth race is the Bruce Stearns Memorial. Number 1 is Elm Grove Treasure, owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove, trained by Jeff Wallace, Paul Angel driving. 2 is Majestic Mason, owned by Leslie and Linda Parker of Shubenacadie, Nova Scotia. Leslie is the trainer, driven by Darren Crow. Howmack Charger number 3, owned by Paul Conway of Bon Sean, Zach Conway of Charlottetown. Paul does the conditioning. Zach's in the driver's seat. Number 4, Woodmere Chella, is owned by Valley Grove Farms of Calvin Grove. Dana Sweet trains and drives. Number 5 is First Glance, owned by Max Webster Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Chris Davies, Kenny Murphy. 6, J.J. Kinley is Scratch. Number 7, Lions Tug of War, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick, trained by Wayne Watson, David Dowling. 8, Handle on You is Scratch, and we're down to 3 minutes wagering time. 3 to post. You're watching Race Day live from Summerside, PEI. Stand by for a message from the new HBI Bet app and how you can sign up in 3 easy steps.
Feel the thrill of the track, anytime, anywhere. Download the new HPI Bet app, and you're just minutes away from live racing action, including local tracks and across the globe. Simply download the new HPI Bet app from the App Store to gain access to AI-assisted smart picks, in-depth racing info, rewards, and more. Just follow these simple steps. 1, download the app. 2, fill out your info. 3, start betting with the app. Enjoy fast, secure betting at your fingertips wherever you are. Get the new app from the App Store and bring the track with you.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 6th race. Scratch down to a field of 6 in the Bruce Stearns Memorial. Landing on the 2 in here, Majestic Mason. He comes back to Summerside tonight for new owners. Les and Linda Parker, Shubenacadie, Nova Scotia. Les Parker trains. It's Darren Crow in the bike. Started at Inverness on August the 16th. Left from 6. Finished 6, 201 and 4, 31 and 2 on the end of it. Danny Gillis was in the bike for that one. Charlottetown, August the 8th. Left from the outside 8. Finished 8, 159 flat for Darren Crow. It's his first inside post since July the 19th at Truro when he left 3. 6, 8, 6, 6 in the last 4. Leaving 2 tonight. Majestic Mason. I want to put him on top to get his second win. Darren Crow in the bike right now, 10 to 1. And taking a stroll in the center field, there is the 4, Woodmere Chella, 11-year-old bay mare by Articulator for Valley Grove Farms of Kelvin Grove. Dana Sweet is the trainer and the driver. Started at Charlottetown August the 17th, left from 7, and finished 3rd, 201 and 2, 31 and 1. Closing quarter has a win, 159 and 4, right here at Summerside. Woodmere Chella from post 4 with Dana Sweet, 10 to 1. And there's a look at the 5. That's the gray horse, the roan horse. 8-year-old gelding by Thinking Out Loud. First Glance for Max Webster Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Chris Davies is the trainer with Kenny Murphy aboard for the drive. Charlottetown, August the 14th. Was a Friday night. Left from 7, finished 7, 158 and 3, 31 seconds flat on the end of it. It's got one win, 157 and 1 right here at Summerside this season. From post 5 tonight, it's First Glance with Kenny Murphy aboard at 1 to 9. Let's have a look at that odds board for tonight's 6th race. Scratch down to a field of 6. Elm Grove Treasure, Paul Angel on your screen right now, 22 to 1. Majestic Mason and Darren Crow at 6-1. 3, Howmack Charger and Zach Conway at 88-1. The 4, Woodmere Chella and Dana Sweet at 9-1. The 5 is First Glance with Kenny Murphy at 1-9. 6 is scratched. The 7, Lions Tug of War with David Dowling at 46-1. The 8, Handle on You has been scratched. That's the field for tonight's 6th race. Good luck with your selections. The equipment changes in here. The 3, Howmack Charger, removes the Shady Daisy and adds a shadow roll in this race. Tonight's 6th race, the Bruce Stearns Memorial, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Elm Grove Treasure, Majestic Mason, Howmack Charger, Woodmere Chella First Glance, Lions Tug of War. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Woodmere Chella, the first one out. On the rail, that is Elm Grove Treasure. Majestic Mason between horses around the turn to get away in 4th. That's Howmack Charger. Then 5th is First Glance. And the early trailer, that is Lions Tug of War. On the backstretch, it'll be Majestic Mason to show the way to the quarter. In line to Darren Crow. Away second is Woodmere Chella, racing from 3rd. That's Elm Grove Treasure. 4th up the rail. Howmack Charger, then in 5th, that's First Glance, and trailing the field, Lions Tug of War, 28-2, a solid beginning here. Our bottom conditions, racing around the paddock turn on the point, that is Majestic Mason and Crow out in front. 2-hole ride to Woodmere Chella, racing 3rd, Elm Grove Treasure. Here comes First Glance now, up on the outside 4th, Lions Tug of War, follows to the outside 5th, and in 6th, that is Howmack Charger. Halfway home, and they were at the midway point in 59 seconds flat. Arriving next at 5/8, the leader, Majestic Mason. Up and at him second, that's First Glance. Up the rail 3rd is Woodmere Chella. Then on the outside, Lions Tug of War, his 4th. Racing from 5th is Elm Grove Treasure. Then the trailer on the outside, that's Howmack Charger. They swing on by the 3/4. Majestic Mason is the leader. Second is Woodmere Chella. Lions Tug of War 3 wide. First Glance between horses. 3/4 and 1. 28-3, and they get set to turn on home. Majestic Mason the leader. Second is Woodmere Chella. Up the inside 3rd. That's Elm Grove Treasure. 4th, First Glance. Here's Majestic Mason and Darren Crow on the line. Second, that's Elm Grove Grove Treasure. Third goes to Woodmere Challa, and the time for the mile in 1:58 and what?
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's sixth race, the Bruce Stearns Memorial. Majestic Mason, my top play, goes right down the road tonight. 28-2, the half in 59 seconds. 128-3 to 3/4. Here's the stretch drive. We're seeing Majestic Mason get his second win of the season, 12th career. There's a great shot by Mike from Universal Media. He's out there training with Matthew McLean tonight. Great shot there, Mike, of Majestic Mason winning tonight for Darren Crow. The mile in 1:58 and 1. In for second is the one Elm Grove Treasure. Woodmere Chella is third. It's 2-1-4 unofficially. In tonight's sixth race, we will see Majestic Mason and Darren Crow in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
There's Majestic Mason on his way to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle here in the sixth race. Pacing bound gelding 5, the son of Arthur Blue Chip, is off the American Ideal, Damn Beautiful in Blue. Owned by Leslie and Linda Parker of Shubenacadie, Nova Scotia. Bred by Stephen Downey from Quispamsis, New Brunswick. Trained by Leslie Parker, and Darren Crow will guide him to victory in 1:58 and 1. Majestic Mason captures the Bruce Stearns Memorial with the Winner's Circle presentation. Now the official results from the sixth race, Elm Grove Treasure second. Majestic Mason, the race winner. Hamac Charger fifth. Woodmere Chella third. First Glance was fourth. J.J. Kinley was scratched. Lions Tug of War finished sixth. Handle on You was scratched. The fractions were 28-2. 59, 128-3, and the mile in 1:58-1. In review, 2-1-5, 3-4 scratched, 6 scratched. Majestic Mason, $5 to win. The exactor, $151.60. The triactor, $142.60. And the superfecta, $91.70.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skirman along with Vance Cameron bringing you all the action tonight. Let's talk about the 2026 Home Hardware Maritime Breeder Stake. It'll take place at Red Shores in Charlottetown. 2- and 3-year-old trotters will compete on Thursday, October the 15th, followed by the 2- and 3-year-old pacing colts and fillies on Saturday, October the 17th. Thank you to sponsors Metro Home Building Center, High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, and the Maritime Breeders Association. And we'll slide the selections right into the screen for the upcoming 7th race. Field of 6 in here. I'm going 4-5-1. Post-time picks legs 2-4-6, as does the classifier selections in the 7th race in 6 minutes.
Seventh race on post parade. Number 1 is Glenview Ronda, owned and trained by Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia. Darren Crow drives. Number 2, American Risk, owned by the Risky Biz Group of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, David Dowling. PL Quicksand, number 3, owned by Butch Ramsey of Summerside and Billy Companion of Muscush. Billy does the training, driven tonight by Kenny Murphy. Bet 'em Alive 4 is owned by Jeff Lilly and Blair McLaughlin of Charlottetown. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. More Than a Woman 5, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick, trained by Wayne Watson, Paul Langell. Louis the Great 6, owned by Leith Wade, Leslie, and Spencer Wade. Leslie is the trainer tonight. Ryan DeRoche catch drives at 2 minutes to post time. Thank you to Tourism PEI for their continued support of harness racing on Prince Edward Island.
Something happens when you're released from routine. You're free to let go, to dig in, to let yourself get carried away. You find that feeling you've been missing here on our island. Maybe maybe even a little above it. Come find your island, Prince Edward Island.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 7th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor wagering available here. Field of 6. Jacob Sweet's hot tonight. He's got 3 wins, and I'm putting him on top to win this one. It's the 4, Bet 'em Alive, a 4-year-old Big Yelling by Lazarus for Jeff Lilly and Blair McLaughlin. Jacob Sweet is the trainer and the driver. Charlottetown, August the 20th in the Joe and Wall Hennessy Memorial, left from post 5. Finished second. Race time 1:55 and 3, 27 and 4. Closing quarter, look down the card to 5 starts down. Here on July 21st, left from post 3, right down the road, a winner in 1:54 and 4. Closing it out in 27 and 4. That is the 4, Bet 'em Alive with Jacob Sweet at 5-2. And there we get a peek at the 5, More Than a Woman, a 4-year-old bay mare by Always Be Mickey for Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick. Wayne Watson trains. It's Paul Angel in the bike. 17th of August at Charlottetown, left on the rail, finished 4th. Race time 1:55 and 2, 29 seconds flat on the end of it. This mare can leave, as she shows on her program here, a few starts, especially here July the 1st from post 6. Was parked to the quarter in 28 seconds flat. Was a winner by a length and a half in 1:54 flat, 28 and 3. Closing quarter, Paul Angel was in the bike. That is the 5, More Than a Woman with Paul Angel at 1-5. And there we get a peek at the rail sitter, Glenview Rhonda. She's an 8-year-old free-legged bay mare by Immaculate for Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia. Adam's also the trainer. Darren Crow looking to go back-to-back in the win column here. Last start was Thursday night, August the 13th at Charlottetown. Left on the rail, finished 3rd. Race time 1:56 and 3, 28 and 1. Closing quarter, has a win this season, 1:57 and 3. Right here at Summerside. 4 starts back on July 21st for Keith Legg. That is Glenview Rhonda on the rail tonight with Darren Crow, 41-1. Tonight's 7th race has a field of 6 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Glenview Rhonda, American Risk PL Quicksand. Bet 'em Alive, More Than a Woman. Louis the Great, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. off and pacing American Risk leaving out. Second, PL Quicksand. Bottom alive third, coming from the outside fourth. That's More Than a Woman. Away up the rail and racing from fifth is Glenview Ronda. Early trailer, Louis the Great. The early leader, American Risk and David Dowling by almost three. Starting to close in from second is PL Quicksand. Now third, that's Bottom alive. Racing from fourth, More Than a Woman. Fifth is Glenview Ronda, followed by the trailer, who is Louis the Great, on past the first quarter. Big time opener here. Boom! Just like that, 27 and 1, and the veteran pacer American Risk put that one on the board. He'll lead them towards half mile with PL Quicksand second. Third, Bottom alive, More Than a Woman fourth, and in fifth, that is Glenview Ronda. Trailing six is Louis the Great. Straight alignment by the half mile. American Risk was halfway home in a rolling 56 and 1. Over to the 5H next. American Risk leading. PL Quicksand. Bottom alive went to the outside from third. Fourth on the cones. That's More Than a Woman. Then fifth is Glenview Ronda. Sixth is Louis the Great. They arrive at three quarters, and American Risk is still there. Bottom alive on the outside and up the rail. That is PL Quicksand. The three quarters in 1:25 and 2. American Risk is the leader, turning for home. Bottom alive on the outside second. PL Quicksand third. Way wide, More Than a Woman on the wire next. Here's American Risk to take Dowling all the way. Tight for the deuce. More Than a Woman closing in against PL Quicksand in a place picture. Time for the mile 1:54 and 4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's seventh race. American Risk goes right down the road, 27 and 1, 56 and 1, 125 and 2. Here's the stretch drive as American Risk is going to get his sixth win of the season, 58th career tonight, 154 and 4. That's 3 wins in a row for American Risk. Up for second, it is close on the line. In a photo for second is the 5, More Than a Woman. Up for third is the 3, PL Quicksand. 2-5-3 unofficially. In the seventh, we'll see American Risk and David Dowling in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Oh, the veteran pacer, he loves to win. He's done it 58 times in his career. David Dowling moving him into the Woodmere Standardbridge Winners Circle here in the seventh. That is American Risk. Bay pacing Dowling, he's 10 by American Ideal. Off the Art Major Dam, Kissing Bandit, owned by Risky Biz Group of Truro, Nova Scotia, bred by Dale Valente Farms of New Jersey. Trained by George Renison. David Dowling put him on top at every call. The horse now with 3 in a row. Tonight, it's 154 and 4. American Risk wires the seventh. Now the official results from the 7th race: Glenview Ronda 5th, American Risk the race winner, PL Quicksand 3rd, Bet 'em Alive 4th, More Than a Woman was 2nd, Louis the Great finished 6th. They went 27-1, 56-1, 125-2, and the mile in 154-4. In review, 513, 426. American Risk paid $380 to win. The Exactor 1160, Triactor 5270, and the Superfecta was 1010.
Red Shores is proud to present HPI PEI players with an exciting offer for 2026. When you wager on Woodbine Standardbred and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HPI bet points. Sign up for free at hpibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 8th race. I'm going to go 5-1-2. Post time picks the same. Classifier's choice is 2-1-5 in tonight's 8th race in 7 minutes. Number 3, 902 has an equipment change from closed to an open bridle with blinkers. Post time in 7 minutes. There's a look at that close place photo from tonight's 7th race. You're seeing the 5, More Than a Woman, just nipping PL Quicksand on the line. Great photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
On the 8th race post parade, number 1, The Prosecutor, owned by Dale and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey. Darryl McLean trains and drives. Sergeant Crowley, number 2, home of the Ultimate Stable at Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained by Sir Foy Melanson, driven by David Dowling. Number 3 is 902, home of Ricky Armstrong and Marco Land of Summerside. Ricky is the trainer. Brady Sweet drives. Do or Die, number 4, owned by Bill McKay of South Granville, trained by Willie McKay, Ryan DeRaja. Twin Turbo Diesel, number 5, owned by Joe Baxter, Marion Joanne, and Janice Stewart. Joe does the training. Kenny Murphy drives. Wicked Luck wears number 6, owned by Tyler and Daryl DeRoche, Barry Strongman, and Roman DeRoche. Tyler DeRoche is the trainer tonight, driven by Paul Angel at 3 minutes to post time. Rocky is back with the top contenders, but first a message from Atlantic Lottery, celebrating 50 years in Atlantic Canada.
1976. Bell bottoms and boogie fever were all the rage. And so was Atlantic Lottery's very first game and live draw. A lot has changed since then, but one thing has remained the same. Our commitment to communities across Atlantic Canada. From keeping 100% of profits in the region to sponsoring important community initiatives, we're celebrating 50 years of being from here for here.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 8th race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor wagering available here in the 8th. I'm going to the 5 in here. Twin Turbo Diesel, 4-year-old Bay Gelding by Stonebridge Terror for Joe Baxter, Marion and Joanne and Jenna Stewart. Joe Baxter trains and Kenny Murphy in the bike. Started at Charlottetown August the 17th, left from 6. Finished 3rd, flying on the end of it. Just got beat by 3/4 of a length. Race timed in 1:57.3, 29.3. Closing quarter, just his 4th start of the season. I was very impressed with his mile in his last race. Post 5 tonight for Twin Turbo Diesel with Kenny Murphy aboard at 6 to 5. There's a look at the rail sitter, the Prosecutor, a 2-year-old brown colt by Source of Pride for Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey. Daryl McLean is the trainer and the driver. Charlottetown, August the 19th, PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series from the rail. Parked out to the quarter in 29.2. Cut it out, just got beat. Finished 2nd by a length, 1:59.4, 30.1. Closing quarter, Daryl McLean was in the bike. He has a win, maiden record taken at Truro Raceway, 1:59.4. That was on July the 5th in an Atlantic Sire Stakes B event. The Prosecutor on the rail with Daryl McLean at 2 to 1. And there we get a peek at the 2, Sergeant Crowley. 4-year-old Bay Gelding by Arthur Bluechip for the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick. Sifoy Melanson is the trainer with David Dowling in the bike, looking to go back-to-back in the win column. Last start was August the 19th in Charlottetown, left from post 3. Finished 4th, race time 1:58 flat, 30.1. Closing quarter, Kenny Murphy was in the bike for that one. Had a 2-year-old record of 1:58.1 taken at Northside Downs. Sergeant Crowley from post 2 and David Dowling 3 to 2. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 8th race. Field of 6 in here. The Prosecutor, Daryl McLean, at 3 to 1. The 2 is Sergeant Crowley and David Dowling at 8 to 5. 3 is 902 with Brady Sweet at 2 to 1. The 4 is Do or Die with Ryan DeRoche at 25 to 1. The 5 is Twin Turbo Diesel and Kenny Murphy at 5 to 2. And 6 on the outside is Wicked Luck with Paul Angel at 13 to 1. That's the field for tonight's 8th race. Good luck with your plays. Tonight's 8th race has a field of 6. Lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
The prosecutor, Sergeant Crowley, 902, do or die. Twin turbo diesel, wicked lock, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing. Sergeant Crowley, the first one out. The prosecutor along the rail second. 902 will be third to the turn. To get away fourth is Do or Die. Twin turbo diesels in fifth. And a wicket lock sixth by the 8th pole. And they straighten up the backstretch going to the quarter. Sergeant Crowley and David Dowling by 2 in the early going. That's the prosecutor away second. Gapping in third. 902. Do or Die on the cones fourth. Racing from fifth is Twin Turbo Diesel. Wicked Lock sees them all in sixth. On by the opening quarter, they're in straight alignment. And the opening quarter timed in 29 and 1. Sergeant Crowley, the fraction setter. The prosecutor, the 2-hole ride, 902. Coming out of the turn third. Fourth is Do or Die. There goes Twin Turbo Diesel. Sent to the outside, fifth. Wicket Lock is the trailer. They're halfway home in the 8th. And the leader, Sergeant Crowley. The prosecutor goes second. First up on the outside and now third. Twin Turbo Diesel underway, 59 and 1 was a half mile. 902 is tipped out from fourth. Do or Die fifth. Wicket Lock sixth. They're on the backstretch now. Second and final time. They're going to 3/4. Sergeant Crowley leads it. Twin Turbo Diesel now challenging for it. Then at the rail third, the prosecutor on the outside for fourth. That's 902. Do or Die fifth. Wicket Lock sixth. 128 and 3. Down at 3/4. Bridle to bridle with an 1/8 of a mile to go. Sergeant Crowley at the rail. Twin Turbo Diesel on the outside second. Third is the prosecutor. They're in deep stretch now. Here's Twin Turbo Diesel to get it in line to Kenny Murphy second. That'll go to Sergeant Crowley. We may need a show photo in here. 157.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 8th race. We saw Sergeant Crowley on the front, 29 and 1, the half in 59 and 1, down to 3/4, 128 and 3. Twin Turbo Diesel was on the move, come to the half, and here is the stretch drive. We're seeing Twin Turbo Diesel. He's going to get up, and he's going to get his 4th lifetime win tonight. The mile, 157 and 4. I believe that is a new race win record for Twin Turbo Diesel, not counting the qualifier there of 156 and 3 this season. But he gets the job done tonight for Kenny Murphy. In for second is the 2, Sergeant Crowley. 902 is third. It's 5-2-3 unofficially. In tonight's 8th race, we'll see Twin Turbo Diesel and Kenny Murphy in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Got a tremendous ownership group on this horse, and they've been waiting on him, and tonight he shows up in line to Kenny Murphy, and he's going to the Woodmere Standardbred winner's circle here in the 8th, and that's Twin Turbo Diesel. Bay Pacing Gelding, 4 years, the son of Stonebridge Terror. Off the Largo Dam, Elm Grove Future. Home by Joe Baxter, Marion, Joanne, and Jenna Stewart. Bred by the late Frank Banks of Summerside. Trained by Joe Baxter and Kenny Murphy. In the driver's seat, the mile 157 and 4. Twin Turbo Diesel in the 8th. Now the official results from the 8th race, the prosecutor 4th, Sergeant Crowley was 2nd, 902 finished 3rd, Do or Die was 6th, Twin Turbo Diesel was the race winner, Wicked Luck finished 5th, the fractions went 29 and 1, 59 and 1, 128 and 3, and the mile in 157 and 4. In review, it's 423 615. Twin Turbo Diesel paid $650. The Exactor $1780, Triactor $4730, and the Superfactor was $886.
Time to get your 50-50 draw tickets ready, valued at $293. The winning 50-50 number is 369738 for $293. The winning number 369738. Good luck. Race Day is an official Red Shores broadcast network. Our broadcast features exciting action, camera angles in HT, commentary, interviews, paddock cam, and more. For post-time picks, player portal, and free race programs, go to Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 9th race, field of 7. Equipment change on number 6, Pandora Senna, from a chin chain to a chin strap. I like 165 in here. Post-time picks at 674. Classifier's choice is 654 in tonight's 9th race in 6 minutes. And there's a look at that very close show photo from tonight's 8th race. You're seeing the 3-902 just nipping the prosecutor on the line. Great photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Ninth race on Post Parade, Miss Pappy Rob, number 1, owned by Charles and Maxine Goodrow, trained by Chris Davies. Kenny Murphy drives. Zendaya's Fancy Pants, number 2, owned by Jean-Francois Leblanc and Chris McGinnis, trained by Greg McGinnis. Ryan DeRoss driving. Bugtown Victoria, number 3, is owned and trained by Brian Walsh of Albany, Paul Langell. Highly Toxic 4, owned by Denise and Paul Conway of Bonja. Paul is the trainer, driven by Zach Conway. Number 5 is Covalicious Rhymes, owned by Shirlene O'Brien of Campbellton. Devin Wallace is the trainer driver, and I'd like to extend a happy belated birthday to Devin with all the love from your family. Number 6 is Pandora Senna, owned and trained by Claire Sweet of O'Leary. Jacob Sweet drives. And number 7 is Gowanna, owned by Michael Collings from Charlottetown, trained by Tammy Collings, driven by Jeremy Baker. Only 2 minutes to post time. Follow Red Shores' official social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, restaurants, casino, and gaming floors.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 9th race. Exactor 20-cent Superfecta Triactor wagering available in here. Equipment change on number 6, Pandora Senna, from a chin chain to a chin strap. Landing on the rail sitter in here, and a bit of a hunch. He's at all 9s on the board right now. That's a 2-year-old filly by Pappy Rob Hanover. It's Miss Pappy Rob, but Charles Goudreau and Maxime Goudreau from Gabriel Sinange, Quebec. Chris Davies trains. It's Kenny Murphy looking to go back-to-back in the bike. Started at Charlottetown August 20th, left from 2, and finished 4th. Race timed in 2:02 flat, 29-4 closing quarter. Just her 5th lifetime start tonight. I'll lick her inside post. That's Miss Pappy Rob on the rail with Kenny Murphy at all 9s. There we get a peek at the 6, Pandora Senna, 3-year-old bay filly by Evening of Pleasure for Claire Sweet of O'Leary, who's also the trainer. Jacob Sweet's got 3 wins tonight, looking for his 4th. Charlottetown, August the 22nd from post 6, finished 3rd, race time 1:58-2, 29-1 closing quarter. David Dowling was in the bike. The last time Jacob Sweet drove this horse, he had an equipment break and pulled up and did not finish. That was on August the 13th at Charlottetown. Pandora Senna from post 6 and Jacob Sweet at 1-9. And there we get a peek at the 5, Covalicious Rhymes, a 3-year-old black filly by Malicious for Shirlene O'Brien of Campbellton. Devin Wallace is the trainer and the driver. August the 6th at Charlottetown from post 3, finished 6th. Race time 2:01-4, 31-3. Closing quarter, Mark Campbell was in the bike. Still looking for the first lifetime win. That's the 5, Covalicious Rhymes at 11-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 9th race. Field of 7, Miss Pappy Rob on the rail and Kenny Murphy 31-1. The 2, Zendaya's Fancy Pants and Ryan Darash at 25-1. 3 is Bugtown Victoria and Paul Angel 34-1. 4 is Highly Toxic and Zach Conway at 11-1. Covalicious Rhymes is 5 and Devin Wallace at 10-1. The 6, Pandora Senna with Jacob Sweet at 1-9. And Gowanna on the outside 7 with Jeremy Baker at 7-1. That's the field for tonight's 9th race. get into the action here. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's ninth race has a field of 7 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Miss Pappy Rob, Zendaya's Fancy Pants, Bugtown, Victoria. Highly Toxic, Covalicious Rhymes, Pandora Senna, and Goanna. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Covalicious Rhymes and Zendaya's Fancy Pants are leaving out. Goanna coming from the outside to be third on the turn, away fourth. That's Highly Toxic. Moving into fifth, that's Pandora Senna. Away in sixth at the rail, Miss Pappy Rob and the trailer Bugtown Victoria. Quarter pole down round, and they are in straight alignment early. Up front, long shot leader. Zendaya's Fancy Pants and Ryan DeRoche are out in front. Covalicious Rhymes, another long shot, is second. They went to the quarter in 28 and 4. Racing from third, that's Goanna on the turn, and racing fourth, Highly Toxic. That's Pandora Senna fifth. Back into sixth is Miss Pappy Rob and the trailer seventh, Bugtown Victoria. They're halfway home here in the ninth, led by Zendaya's Fancy Pants. Covalicious Rhyme second, on the move in the outside to pick up third. Pandora Senna is underway. At the half mile, they were there in 59 and 1. Racing from fourth, Goanna on the outside fifth. That's Highly Toxic sixth, Miss Pappy Rob, and then the trailer seventh, Bugtown Victoria. They go to three quarters. Zendaya's Fancy Pants on the lead. Second is Covalicious Rhymes, hanging now on the outside third, Pandora Senna. Fourth at the rail, that's Goanna. On the outside, Highly Toxic fifth, Miss Pappy Rob sixth, Bugtown Victoria seventh. 1:29 and 3 was three quarters, eighth of a mile left to go. And looking for the big time upset in here, Zendaya's Fancy Pants down the home stretch. Covalicious Rhymes, Goanna, way wide, Highly Toxic. Zendaya's Fancy Pants about to light it up in here. In line to Ryan DeRoche. Covalicious Rhymes second. Goanna finishes third. Time for the mile, 2 minutes, 35.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's ninth race. Zendaya's Fancy Pants and Ryan DeRoche right down the road, 28-4, 59-1, 129-3. Here is the stretch drive. There's a great shot by Mike from Universal Media as we see Zendaya's Fancy Pants get a maiden record tonight in her 10th lifetime start. The mile, 2 minutes, 3/5. Ryan DeRoche doubles up in the bike. Up for second is the 5, Covalicious Rhymes with the 7, Goanna third, 2:57 unofficially in tonight's ninth. We're going to see Zendaya's Fancy Pants and Ryan DeRoche in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
There's Zendaya's Fancy Pants on his way to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winners Circle by pacing filly 3 by Somewhere Fancy. Off the Shadow Play Dam, Nobody's Shadow, owned by Jean-Francois Leblanc and Chris McGinnis. Bred by Juanita and Alan McLeod. Trained by Greg McGinnis. Ryan Arash picks up his second winner on the night for the double. The filly will pace to a maiden record tonight of 2 minutes and 3/5. Zendaya Fancy Pants doubles up Ryan Arash in a 9th race shocker. Here's the official results now in the 9th race. Miss Pappy Rob was 6. Zendaya Fancy Pants, the race winner. Bugtown Victoria was 7th. Highly Toxic finished 4th. Covalicious Rhymes was 2nd. Pandora Senna finished 5th. Goanna was 3rd. They went 28 and 4, 59 and 1, 129 and 3, and the mile was 2 minutes and 3/5. In review, 617, 4253. Zendaya Fancy Pants, 74.20 to win. The exactor was 576.70. The triactor honored the ticket 2-5 all at 673.40. And the superfecta 193.97.
You can wager at the track or from home with HPI, and it's free to sign up at hpibet.com. Wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Play the horses at Redshores, Summerside, and Charlottetown. For more information on all offers, visit hpibet.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 10th race. Scratch down to a field of 6 with the scratch of number 6. Mark it up. I like 275, as does the classifier, and post time picks 257 in the 10th race in 7 minutes.
Tenth race on parade, number 1 Millennium Sealsters, owned by Emma Christoforou of Moffat, Ontario. Nick Oakes trains and drives. 2 is Levi Sonic, owned by Thomas Woolridge Jr. of Mount Stewart, trained by Tammy Collings, Paul Langell. Hockey's Deo, number 3, Jacob Sweet trains and drives for the Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Number 4, Hunger Pangs, owned by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia, trained by Greg McGinnis, Ryan DeRoshop. Number 5, Brumby, Darren Crow in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Tammy McKay, Truro, Nova Scotia. 6 marking up is Scratch, number 7, Just a Country Boy, owned by Won't Back Down Stable of North River, Nova Scotia. Gardner McCollum is the trainer, driven by Jason Hughes. 4 minutes to post time. For driver profiles, winning post positions, free race programs, and post time picks, visit the Red Shores Player Portal.
Let's head up to the track for tonight's 10th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. There is the 2, Levi Sonic. A 5-year-old bay gelding by American Ideal for Tommy Woolridge Jr. of Mount Stewart. Tammy Collings is the trainer. Paul Langell is in the bike. Started at Charlottetown August 22nd. Left from post 3. Cut it all out. Finished second. Race time in 1:57 and 3. 30 and 3 closing quarter. Brett McDonald was in the bike. August the 14th was a Friday night at Charlottetown. Left on the rail, a wire-to-wire winner by 2 1/4 lengths. In 1:56 and 4, 30 and 3 closing quarter, Paul Langell was in the bike. He's in the bike tonight looking for his second win of the night. And right now, 1-9. And there we get a peek at the 7, Just a Country Boy, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Vertical Horizon for Won't Back Down Stable of North River, Nova Scotia. Gardner McCollum is the trainer. It's Jason Hughes in the bike. Started here on August the 4th, left from post 3 and finished 4th. Race time 1:55 and 2, 28 and 3. Closing quarter. Has a win this season, 1:58 and 4 at Truro Raceway. We'll move into position with the scratch of the 6. That's Just a Country Boy with Jason Hughes at 4-1. And there we get a peek at the 5, Brumby, a 7-year-old bay gelding by Pang Shui for Tammy McKay of Truro, Nova Scotia, who's also the trainer. Darren Crow in the bike looking for his second win tonight. Started at Charlottetown August the 20th from post 4. Finished 3rd, just beat a length. Race time 1:57 flat, 30 and 1 closing quarter. Jill Berrio was in the bike. Has a win, 1:57 and 3 at Truro Raceway. It's Brumby from post 5 with Darren Crow at 10-1. And just a reminder that we are back here harness racing this coming Sunday afternoon. First post at 12:30. Tonight's 10th race, scratched down to a field of 6, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Millennium Sealster, Levi Sonic, Hawkeysdale, Hunger Pangs, Brumby, Just a Country Boy, top of the stretch. Ready for start. Rough and pacing. Levi Sonic is the first one out. In up the rail, Millennium Sealster in between horses, Hawkeysdale. To their outside comes Brumby in fourth. To get away fifth is Hunger Pangs. Then the trailer, Just a Country Boy. They all settled in with pylon spots early. Straight alignment to the quarter, led by the post-time favorite, Levi Sonic, and lined up Paul Angel. Millennium Sealster gets away with the two-hole ride. Hawkeysdale finds himself third. Then in fourth is Brumby. Hunger Pangs has fifth. Then the trailer in sixth. Just a Country Boy. They went 29-4 to open this one up as they round the paddock turn for the first time. Straight alignment. The leader by 2 is Levi Sonic. Racing from second, Millennium Sealster. That's Hawkeysdale third. Brumby continuing fourth. Then in fifth, Hunger Pangs. On the outside, sixth, Just a Country Boy. They're halfway home in the 10th. And it's Levi Sonic right in control. The half mile in 59 and 3. 5/8 comes next. Levi Sonic, the leader on Millennium Sealster. Hawkeysdale is third. Brumby fourth. Just a Country Boy is picked up fifth on the outside. Now the trailer. That is Hunger Pangs. 3/4 next. And he's widening the lead late. And the lead now by 5. Levi Sonic on by 3/4. And he was there in 1:28 and 1. Millennium Sealster is second. Just a Country Boy third. Fourth is Hawkeysdale. This one's all over here. Levi Sonic clear on the lead. Second, Millennium Sealster. Just a Country Boy. Hawkeysdale. Levi Sonic crosses them here for Langell in the 10th. Second, that'll go to Just a Country Boy, and we'll need a show photo. Time for this mile, they went in 1:56 and 3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 10th race. And we just saw Levi Sonic go coast to coast, 29-4, the half up, 59-3. Down to 3/4 in 1:28 and 1. Here's the stretch drive. Another great shot by Universal Media as we see Levi Sonic win his second win of the season, 7th career tonight, 156-3. Paul Angel in the bike for a driving double tonight on the 2. Levi Sonic in tonight's 10th race. Up for second is the 7, Just a Country Boy. Millennium Sealster third, 271 unofficially in the 10th. We're going to see Levi Sonic and Paul Angel in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Levi Sonics headed to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winners Circle from the 10th race. A pacing gelding 5 by American Ideal of the Bettor's Delight. Southwind Tango, home of Thomas Woolridge Jr. of Mount Stewart. Bred by Southwind Farms. Trained by Tammy Collins. Paul Angel's second winner on the night for the double. The mile 156-3. Levi Sonic delivers in the 10th. Now the official results in the 10th race, Millennium Sealster third. Levi Sonic, the race winner. Hockey's Deo finished 4th. Hunger Pang 6th. Brumby finished 5th. Mark It Up was scratched. Just a Country Boy was 2nd. Fractions of 29 and 4. 59 and 3. 128 and 1. And the mile in 156 and 3. In review, 314, 65, scratch 2. Levi Sonic paid 280. The exactor 1130, triactor 119.10, and the superfecta was 83.97.
Still no winner in tonight's 50-50 draw for $293. Once again, the winning number is 369738 for $293. 369738. Good luck. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on Tuesday night. 10 dashes in the books. I'm Rocky Skirman along with Vance Cameron bringing you all the action tonight. Let's talk about the Atlantic Sire Stakes, thank you to the Prince Edward Island Standard Horse Owners Association, title sponsor of the 2026 Atlantic Sire Stakes. Catch all the action for the 2- and 3-year-old colts and fillies across maritime tracks. For race dates, updated point standings, and more, visit AtlanticSireStakes.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 11th race, field of 8. I like 2-1-5. Post time picks going 2-5-7. Classifier's choices 5-7-6. In tonight's 11th race in 6 minutes.
Almost Amos on the 11th race parade on Darla McCachran of Summerside and Zoe McCachran of Larry. Darla does the conditioning, driven tonight by David Dowling. 2 is Halmack Exclusive, owned by Leith and Leslie Wade and Jimmy Gorman, trained by Leslie Wade. Kenny Murphy catch drives. Number 3, Sharky, owned by Taylor Doyle and Jack McGurk of Kensington. Taylor is the trainer, driven by Jason Hughes. Number 4, Brigus, Nick Oakes trains and drives for owner Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland. 5 is Halmack Charmer, owned by Doug Williams of Guelph, Ontario, trained by Kyle Williams, Paul Langell aboard. Number 6, Metaman, owned by Linda and David O'Brien of Charlottetown. David is the trainer, Darren Crow driving. Number 7, Melody Maker, Ryan DeRoss drives for owner-trainer Greg McGinnis, Tyne Valley. Number 8 is American Zestar, owned and trained by Danny Molaison from Kensington, driven tonight by Landon Campbell. 2 minutes wagering time on race number 11. Only 2 minutes to post time. Thank you to Berkey by the Bay Stables, title sponsor of the 2026 Island Oceans Trot Series.
Let's head up to the track for tonight's 11th race. Field of 8, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, wagering in this race. Landing on the 2, Hamac Exclusive, a 5-year-old big gelding by Source of Pride for Leith and Less Weight and Jimmy Gorman. Less Weight trains Kenny Murphy in the bike, looking for win number 2 tonight. Charlottetown, August the 20th in the Joe and Wall Hennessy Memorial, left from post 3. Finished 4th, 156-3, 28-3 closing quarter. A look down, 4 starts down, July 25th at Charlottetown, left from 4, finished 2nd, just beat by a length and a half. 153-4, 27-3. Snappy last quarter. David Dowling was in the bike for that one. It's Hal Mack Exclusive from post 2 with Kenny Murphy, 4-1. Second pick went off the track for a moment, I guess. There's the 5, Hamac Charmer, a 6-year-old big gelding by Malicious for Doug Williams of Guelph, Ontario. Kyle Williams trains. It's Paul Angel in the bike, looking for his 3rd win tonight. Last start was in Charlottetown, August 19th. Scored on the outside 7, finished 2nd, just beat 3.5 lengths, 155-3, 29-2 closing quarter. Keith Legg was in the bike, has 2 wins this season, 155-1 season's best, right here in Summerside on July the 12th for Paul Angel. It's Hal Mack, Charmer, and Langell from post 5 at even money. There's a look at my second selection in this one. That is the rail sitter, Almost Amos. A 5-year-old bay gelding by All Bets Off for Darla McCachran and Zoe McCachran. Darla McCachran is the trainer. It's David Dowling in the bike. Charlottetown, August 17th from post 5. Finished 5th. Race time 156-2, 28-4 closing quarter. I like that start. 4 down here on July 17th from the rail. Finished 3rd. Race time 153-4, 29 seconds flat. Closing quarter. Does have a win, 156-4 here in Summerside this season. Almost Amos on the rail with David Dowling looking to double up, 9-5. Tonight's 11th race as a field of 8, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Almost Amos, Halmack Exclusive, Sharky, Briggs, Halmack Charmer, Metaman, Melody Maker, American Zestar on the outside. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing Halmack Exclusive, the first one out. Almost Amos is second. Sharkey will be third as they make their way around the turn. Brigus goes fourth. Halmack Charmers in fifth. Racing from sixth towards that inside is Meta Man. Then seventh, Melody Maker. And the early trailer, American Zestar. Loose on the lead in here. Almost Amos. Mighty serious up front here for David Dowling. Second is Halmack Exclusive, and way back in the early going third, that is Sharkey, and they open it up in 27-4. Racing from fourth, that is Brigus. Then in fifth, it's Halmack Charmer. Capping out in sixth, that's Meta Man. Seventh is Melody Maker, and American Zestar eighth, and they are strung out as they arrive at the opening half mile, led by Almost Amos halfway home. Second, that is Halmack Exclusive. That's Sharkey in third. On the move in the outside fourth. Halmack Charmer underway. 57 seconds. Flat was the half with 3/8 of a mile to go. The leader is Almost Amos. Second is Halmack Exclusive. Moving up third on the outside. Halmack Charmer. Sharkey riding the rail fourth. Then in fifth, Brigus. Sixth is Meta Man. Seventh, that's Melody Maker. And trailing the field, American Zestar. 3/4 in the books in 1:26-1 on that top turn for the second and final time. Down to an 8 left to go. Almost Amos trying to see it through. Second is Halmack Exclusive. Third on the outside, Halmack Charmer way wide. Sharkey coming late. Deep stretch now. Halmack Exclusive up the inside to win for Kenny Murphy. Second is Almost Amos. Sharkey rallied up third, and the time for the mile, 1:55 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media from tonight's 11th race. Almost Amos on the rail with David Dowling, used rail control. 27-4, the half in 57 seconds flat. 1:26-1 to 3/4 sitting in the two-hole, chomping at the bit was Kenny Murphy's. Won more races in that passing lane. Comes up the inside here. My top play, ice cold exactor here as Halmack Exclusive and Kenny Murphy win this one in 1:55-1. Fourth win of the season, 15th career. Kenny Murphy doubles up in the bike tonight. Up for second is the 1. Almost Amos for third is the 3. Sharkey, it's 2-1-3. Unofficially in tonight's 11th race, we'll see Halmack Exclusive and Kenny Murphy. They're going to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Halmack Exclusive on his way into the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle from the 11th. Bay facing gelding 5 by Source of Pride off the Articulator Dam. Halmack Impeccable, owned by Leith and Leslie Wade and Jimmy Gorman. Bred by Halmack Farms Limited. Trained by Leslie Wade. Kenny Murphy, catch driving right on into the winner's circle for his second winner on the night. The mile in 1:55 and 1/5. Almac Exclusive and the Kenny Murphy double in the 11th. Here's the official results from the 11th race. Almost Aim is second. Almac Exclusive, the race winner. Sharkey was third. Brigas finished seventh. Almac Charmer fourth. Metaman was fifth. Melody Maker finished sixth and had broken equipment. American Zestar was eighth. 27 and 4. 57. 126 and 1. And the mile 155 and 1. From the top, your program reads 213 745 68. Almac Exclusive paid $5.50. The Exactor $20.50. The Triactor $55.20. And the Superfecta $17.25.
Redshores Racing is excited to offer a pick four as part of the 2026 wagering menu. The late pick fours on the last four races of every card at Redshore, Charlottetown, and Summerside, and features a $1,000 guaranteed pool with the low 15% takeout. And we'll slide in the selections for the upcoming 12th race, field of 7. I'm going 7, 4, 5. Post time picks at 4, 7, 5. And the classifiers choices 5, 7, 3 in the 12th in 7 minutes. Just a reminder, we are back here racing this coming Sunday afternoon, first post at 12:30.
Silver Jake leads the 12th race on parade. Devin Wallace of Bloomfield owns, trains, and drives. 2 is James Rains, owned by Donald Sweet of O'Leary. Dana Sweet is the trainer-driver. 3, Abiding Art, owned by Jack and Brenda Melanson of Stanley Bridge, trained by George Renison, David Dowling. Usurper 4 is owned and trained by Mike Peters of Emmyvale. Kenny Murphy drives. 5, Edge of the World, Brett LeBlanc co-owns, trains, and drives. Co-owner, Nolan Campbell. Atlas Marigold, number 6, owned by Won't Back Down Stable of North River, Nova Scotia. Trained by Gardner McCollum. Tonight, Jason Hughes. Brookdale George, number 7, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Angelop. 2 minutes to 12th race post time. A special thank you going to Red Shores, title sponsor of the 2026 PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series.
Let's head over to the track for tonight's 12th race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, and it's also the start of the guaranteed 20-cent late pick 4. Landing on the 7, Brookdale George, a 5-year-old Big Yelling by Always Be Mickey for Doug and Doug Polly Jr. of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer trains. Paul Angel on the bike looking for win number 3 tonight. Charlottetown, August the 19th from post 5. Finished 4th, 1:55 and 3, 29 seconds flat. Paul Angel was in the bike. Start before that, August the 14th, was a Friday night in Charlottetown. Left on the rail, sat 2, was a winner by 2 1/4 in 1:58 flat, 30 and 1 closing quarter for Paul Angel. Leaving on the outside 7 tonight, Brookdale George with Paul Angel, 9 to 5. And there's a look at the 4, Usurper, a 9-year-old Big Yelling by Sports Writer for Mike Peters of Emmyvale, who's also the trainer. Kenny Murphy in the bike looking for win number 3 tonight. He was razor sharp in Charlottetown on August the 20th. Left from post 2, sat 2, was a winner by half a length in 1:56 and 4, 29 and 3 closing quarter for Kenny Murphy. He's leaving 4 tonight. It's Usurper with Kenny Murphy at 3 to 1. And there we get a peek at the 5, Edge of the World, a 6-year-old Bay Gelding by Sunshine Beach for Brett LeBlanc and Nolan Campbell. Brett LeBlanc is the trainer and the driver, comes into this one on a 2-race winning streak. August the 17th at Charlottetown from post 2, was a winner by 2 3/4 in 1:58 and 3. The start after that was August the 20th at Charlottetown, was a Thursday night, left from post 5, a winner by 2.5 lengths in 1:56 flat, 30 seconds flat on the end of it. Brett LeBlanc was in the bike. Leaving 5 tonight, Edge of the World, 5 to 1. Tonight's 12th race as a field of 7 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Silver Jake, James Rains, Abiding Art, Usurper, Edge of the World, Atlas Marigold, Brookdale George, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Abiding Art and Usurper are firing out here at the rail. That's Silver Jake. He's the third one to make the turn. To get away fourth is James Rains. Then Edge of the World is fifth. Sixth, that's Atlas Marigold. And the early trailer, Brookdale George on the backstretch. And the early going, they get strung out. On the front, Usurper, his lead is short-lived. Dowling right lines, Abiding Art, sending him on to the lead. Passing on the first quarter. Usurper now is second. Silver Jake watches it all from third. Another big-time quarter. 27-3. Abiding Art on the point. Usurper is second, right with the leaders. That's Silver Jake third. Back into fourth is James Rains. Edge of the World fifth. Then gapping out sixth, Atlas Marigold. Followed by the trailer, Brookdale George at the midway point. And that is Abiding Art halfway home in 57-1. He leads by 2. Usurper is second. Silver Jake on the turn third. Fourth on the cones, that is James Rains. Edge of the World is tipping out fifth. Moving up sixth is Brookdale George. And now the trailer, Atlas Marigold. They arrive at 3/4 next. Abiding Art is opened up by 3. Usurper giving chase second. All alone in third, Silver Jake. The 3/4 in 1:25.4. Just an eighth of a mile left to go, and Abiding Art looking mighty good to close this one out. Usurper is second. Battle on for show prize. Edge of the World, Silver Jake, but it's Abiding Art and David Dowling on the line. Usurper was second. Edge of the World got up to be third, and the time for the mile, an excellent trip for the class, 1:55.3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 12th race. Abiding Art, he was handed the lead going to the quarter. 27-3, the half up, and 57-1, 125-4 to 3/4. He goes all the way tonight to win in 155-3. David Dowling in the bike doubles up. That's his third win of the season. 8th career for Abiding Art. Usurper in there for second. Edge of the World is third. It's 3-4-5 unofficially in the 12th. We'll see Abiding Art and David Dowling in the winner's circle next.
Abiding Art on his way to the Woodmere Standardbred's winner's circle from the 12th race. Bay Pacing Gelding 4 by Roll With It, Harry. From the Art Major Dam Ding, owned by Jack and Brenda Melanson of Stanley Bridge. Bred by Christina Leckie from Baltic. trained by George Renison. Davey Dowling, second winner. He doubles. Time for the miles in 1:55 and 3. Abiding Art in the 12. Now the official results in the 12th race: Silver Jake 6th, James Raines was 5th, Abiding Art the race winner, Usurper finished 2nd, Edge of the World was 3rd, Atlas Marigold finished 7th, Brookdale George 4th, 27 and 3, 57 and 1, 125 and 4, and the mile in 1:55 and 3. In review, 651, 2374. Abiding Art paid $540 to win. The Exactor $1240, Triactor $3870, and the Superfecta $617.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman along with Vance Cameron, bringing you all the action tonight. And we're going to talk about HPI Bet. Play anywhere, bet anytime, anywhere with HPI Bet. Enjoy more and get more by using Canada's only dedicated horse betting platform at home, on vacation, or at the track. For more details, visit hpibet.com/promotions. Play the horses with HPI Bet and be the first in line every time. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 13th race. Field of 8. I'm going 1-2-4. Post time picks also at 1-2-4. Classifier's choices 1-7-2 in tonight's 13th race in 6 minutes.
13th race on parade, number 1, Misbelieving, owned by Brian Ramsey of Summerside, Allison Ramsey of Winslow North, trained by Joe Baxter. Jason Hughes drives. 2 is No Money Honey, owned by Brody Ellis and Joshua Moore of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by Chris Davies. Kenny Murphy drives. Run for the Money, number 3, owned by Chandler McIsaac of Summerside, Brandon McDougall of Alberton, Brady Sweet trains and drives. Roll With It, Darling, number 4, owned by Shirlene O'Brien of Campbellton, Devin Wallace does the training, Paul Langell drives. 5 is No Fool Tobago, owned and trained by Garth Gold of Kensington, tonight Jacob Sweet. Number 6, Going Yard, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, and Aidan Farish of Summerside, trained by George Renison, driven by David Dowling. Number 7 is Animosity, owned by Chris McGinnis of Hampshire, trained by Greg McGinnis, Ryan DeRaja. Number 8, Bet on the Moon, is owned by Ivanhoe Landry of Nouvelle, Quebec, trained by Ricky Armstrong, Darren Crow. 2 minutes to post time. Red Shores is proud to partner with Tourism PEI for the 2026 harness racing season.
Every so often, it's nice to order your dinner on the ocean instead of on an app. Come find your island, Prince Edward Island.
Let's head over to the track for tonight's 13th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor wagering available in here. There's the look at the rail sitter, Misbelieving. A 4-year-old bay mare by Believin' Bruiser for Brian Ramsey and Allison Ramsey. Joe Baxter trains. It's Jason Hughes in the bike. Started at Charlottetown August 17th from post 4. Finished second. Race timed 1:56.2, 29.4 on the end of it for Ryan DeRache. I like that start. 4 down here on July 15th from post 2. Finished third. Race time 1:55.3. 29 seconds flat closing quarter. Ryan DeRache was in the bike. She's still looking for that first win of 2026. It could be tonight. Joe Baxter looking to double up on the training side. And right now they are 7-2. There's a look at the 2. No Money Honey. A 6-year-old bay mare by All Bets Off for Brody Ellis and Josh Moore. Chris Davies is the trainer, and it's Kenny Murphy in the bike looking for win number 3 tonight. Last start was in Charlottetown, August the 22nd from post 5. Finished 7th, 1:58.1, 28.4 on the end of it. Does have 2 wins, 1:56.3. Flamborough Downs this season. It's No Money Honey from post 2 with Kenny Murphy at 8-5. There's a look at the 4. Roll With It, Darling, a 5-year-old bay mare by Roll With It Harry for Shirlene O'Brien of Campbellton. Devin Wallace trains. It's Paul Angel on the bike. He's looking for his 3rd win tonight. Started at Charlottetown August 22nd from post 2. Was a winner by 3/4 of a length in 1:56.3, 27.4 closing quarter. Paul Angel was in the bike. Roll with it, Darling, from post 4, 8-5. Tonight's 13th race has a field of 8. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Misbelieving, No Money Honey, Run for the Money. Roll with it, Darling, No Fool Tobago. Going Yard, Animosity, Bet on the Moon on the grandstand side, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Misbelieving along the rail will lead them out. Second is No Money Honey, and a Run for the Money will enter the turn third. Roll with the Darling is fourth, and fifth is No Fool Tobago. To get away in sixth here in the early going as they move up the backstretch is Animosity. Then seventh in the early going is Going Yard, and followed by the trailer Bet on the Moon. Straight alignment to the opening quarter. Misbelieving and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes on the choo-choo this night, and they open it up in 28-4. No Money Honey, the two-hole ride, Run for the Money, the long shot third. Then a racing fourth, that's Roll with the Darling. Fifth is No Fool Tobago. There goes Animosity, and she flushes the cover of No Fool Tobago. Up the rail in seventh, that's Going Yard. Trailing the field, Bet on the Moon, they're halfway home in the 13th. And Misbelieving is the midway point leader in 58-2. Midway round the turn they go. The next station is the 5-8. Misbelieving leading it by a length on No Money Honey. On the outside and coming up third, that's No Fool Tobago. Run for the Money's on the rail fourth. Fifth on the outside, that's Animosity. Six up the rail, Roll with the Darling. Going Yard is seventh, and the trailer, that's Bet on the Moon. The 3/4 in the books in a 1:27-4 on that top turn for the final time now with an 8 left to go. Misbelieving the leader. No Money Honey off a textbook two-hole ride to the outside. Run for the Money in the passing lane. Deep stretch now on the wire next. 3 of them across the track. Oh, it's tight. No Money Honey or Run for the Money. It'll be a win picture to decide the winner. Time for the mile, they went 1:57 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 13th race. Misbelieving and Jason Hughes go to the front. 28-4, 58-2, 127-4 to 3/4. Here's the stretch drive. We see Misbelieving ducking to the inside is Run for the Money. And on the outside, that is No Money Honey. Here's the stretch drive. In between horses, Misbelieving, No Money Honey. At the rail is Run for the Money. 3 of them across the track. And in that win photo, it's the 2, No Money Honey. And Kenny Murphy gets his driving triple tonight. Up for second, the 3, Run for the Money. Up for third, that is Misbelieving. 2-3-1 unofficially. Here in tonight's 13th race, we're going to see No Money Honey and Kenny Murphy. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
No Money Honey on her way into the 13th race. Winner's Circle. Bay Pacing Mare, 6 years, the daughter of All Bets Off. From the $1 Million Cam Dam. Hat Trick Honey. Owned by Brody Ellis and Joshua Moore, Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Bred by Stuart and Patricia Bolender of Ontario. Trained by Chris Davies. Kenny Murphy has his third winner. He triples up on this night. The miles in 1:57 and a 1/5. Run for the Money gets her 10th lifetime victory tonight, and she triples up Kenny Murphy. Now the official results in the 13th, Misbelieving third. No Money Honey the winner. Run for the Money was second. Roll With It Darling fourth. No Fool Tobago was eighth. Going Yard to finish fifth. Animosity was sixth. Bet on the Moon finished seventh. They went 28 and 4, 58 and 2, 127 and 4, and the mile 157 and 1. In review 312, 485, 67. No Money Honey 480. The exactor was 8130. Triactor 202.60. Superfecta 31.59.
Red Shores is pleased to offer HPI rewards for Prince Edward Island customers. Players can now wager on Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points. You can convert those points to cash or earn points for other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for Prince Edward Island. And there's a look at our selections for the upcoming 14th race. The feature here, field of 5. No show wagering. I'm going 5-1-2. Post time picks at 5-1-3. Classifier selections 5-4-3 in the feature in 6 minutes. And there's a look at that very, very close win photo from tonight's 13th race. You're seeing the 2 No Money Honey just nipping Run for the Money on the line. Great photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Featured 14th on the track for Post Parade, Middleton Terror number 1, owned by Kingsley Walsh of Albany and Frank Balcom of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Trained by Luke Burke. Jason Hughes driving. 2 is Doc Awesome, owned by Darla McCachran, Alan Goody, and Mike Cameron of Summerside. Darla does the training. Tonight, David Dowling. Sobble Attack 3, owned by Paul Bigger of Tyne Valley and Don Callbeck of Summerside. Trained by Darla McCachran, Kenny Murphy. 4, Freeman's Legacy, owned by Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton. Jacob Sweet is the trainer driver. 5 is Brookdale Johnny, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Lancho in the sulky. Down to 3 minutes wagering time here in the featured 14th. And Rocky, you and I are coming up with our selections as we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm on to the 5. Brookdale Johnny had a couple of solid starts down at Charlottetown Old Home Week, pacing right in 52 and change both times around with good closing quarters. He returns home to Summerside in this compact field of 5 and right now paying 5-1, and that is hard to believe. I like the 4, Freeman's Legacy. He's been having a great, and I mean a great campaign. Winner in 54 flat rate over Summerside. I'll use him for the deuce. I went to the 1, Middleton Terror for tri-actor players, and then I went to 2, Doc Awesome in the superfecta. 5, 4, 1, 2 from the booth. Rocky, your choices.
I like the 5 on top as well in here, Vance. Brookdale Johnny, hard to ignore those 152 miles in his last 2 starts. For second, the 1, Middleton Terror. He's coming into this one at a couple of wins, on a winning streak here with 2 wins, and he's got the rail, and I think that he's going to be heading for the front. For third, the 2, Doc Awesome. It's hard to ignore that win in 152 and 2 here, Carnival Week. And then I'll go with the 3, Sobble Attack. So I'm going 5, 1, 2, 3. Vance going 5, 4, 1, 2. Good luck with your selections here in the feature. Tonight's 14th race, our feature as a field of 5, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Middleton Terror, Doc Awesome, Sobble Attack, Freeman's Legacy, Brookdale Johnny. Starting gate, swings round the turn. Entering the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing Doc Awesome, Freeman's Legacy, and Sobble Attack are firing out in here. Brookdale Johnny, the fourth one to make the turn, the early trailer. That is Middleton Terror. Showtime here at Summerside. 3 high, they go to the back stretch on route to the opening quarter. Sobble Attack comes on to take over the lead. His stablemate Doc Awesome second. Freeman's Legacy will keep them honest. Coming on the outside. Brookdale Johnny's away fourth. Middleton Terror trailing the field early. Another new leader. Freeman's Legacy finds the front. Off an opening quarter. Up 28 seconds flat. Off the paddock turn they come. Freeman's Legacy and Jacob Sweet now on the lead. Sobble Attack goes second. Racing from third. That's Doc Awesome. Brookdale Johnny has fourth. Trailing the field. That is Middleton Terror. They're halfway home in the feature, led by Freeman's Legacy, the midway point leader in 57 and 2. Right there, second Sobble Attack, and there goes Doc Awesome. Tipping out from third. Fourth is Brookdale Johnny. Middleton Terror, a gapped out trailer on the back stretch, and they're going to 3/4. Freeman's Legacy up the rail. Doc Awesome matching strides now. Brookdale Johnny is coming late third. Then in fourth, Sobble Attack. Trailing the field, Middleton Terror, the 3/4 in 1:25 and 4/8 of a mile left to go. Doc Awesome homeward bound. Brookdale Johnny on the outside. Freeman's Legacy, Sobble Attack, deep stretch now on the wire. Doc Awesome, Brookdale Johnny, Doc Awesome, the pair of them, they're right together, and they are in a win picture here in the feature. Time for the mile 1:54.2. Brookdale Johnny wins the photo finish here in the 14th. He's going into the Woodmere Standardbreds Winners Circle. Johnny's a big pacing gelding 6 by Rockin' in Heaven from the Shadow Play Dam. Brookdale Gia, a homebred of Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell, he triples up tonight, and the mile in 154 and 2. Brookdale Johnny and the Paul Langell triple in the Tuesday night feature at Summerside. Now the official results in the 14th, Middleton Terror 4th. Doc Awesome was 2nd. Sobble Attack 3rd. Freeman's Legacy was 5th. Brookdale Johnny, the race winner, they went 28, 57 and 2, 125 and 4, and the mile in 154 and 2. In review, it's 4-2-3, 5-1. Brookdale Johnny paid $5.70. The exactor $12, triactor $63.70, and the superfecta $13.70. 15th race on the track for post race, number 1, Little Leroy, owned by Joe Baxter, Marion Stewart, Brian Ramsey, and the BMD Memorial Stable. Trained by Joe Baxter, Kenny Murphy drives. Number 2 is LaBarbe, owned by Cameron Racing, Brenda McGinnis, and Lynn Whitlock. Taylor Doyle trains and drives. Number 3, Privilege, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, and Robert Tate from Riverview, New Brunswick, trained by George Renison, David Dowling. Century Invictus 4 is owned by Matty Rogers of Summerside, trained by James Barlow, Landon Campbell. 5 is Brookdale Leighton, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell drives. Number 6 is the Sports Desk. Jason Hughes in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Tammy McKay, Truro, Nova Scotia. Number 7 is Woodmere Ideal Art, owned by the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained by Sifwan Melanson, Brett LeBlanc, catch drives. Number 8, Braxton's Boy, is owned by Ricky Armstrong and Mark Gallant of Summerside. Ricky is the trainer, driven by Brady Sweet. Down to 2 minutes wagering time on race number 15. 2 minutes to post time. We're back with live racing on Thursday at Redshores, Charlottetown, starting at 6 p.m. 15th race lines up. Little Leroy, Labarre, Privilege, Century Invictus, Brookdale, Layton. The Sports Desk, Woodmere, Ideal Art, Braxton's Boy. Top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Little Leroy, LaBarbe, and Privilege. That trio are firing into the turn. Brookdale Layton will cross over fourth, moving up fifth from the outside as they race on round the turn. Straightening up the backstretch and they're going to the corner. Little Leroy fired up leader in line to Kenny Murphy. LaBarbe got away second. Privilege dropped in third. Brookdale Layton fourth. They're rolling along here in the nightcap. That's the Sports Dash fifth. Back into sixth, Century Invictus, Woodmere Ideal Art, and the trailer, Braxton's Boy. Boom! Just like that here in the nightcap, 27 and 1 was the quarter. Little Leroy the leader. Now on the move on the outside. Here's Privilege second. LaBarbe in the pocket third. Brookdale Layton races fourth. Then in fifth, the Sports Dash. Moving into sixth, Woodmere Ideal Art. Up to seventh, Braxton's Boy. Now trailing the field. That is Century Invictus. 56 and 1 for the half mile. Onward they go to the 5-8, led by Little Leroy. LaBarbe races from second. Privilege on the outside, are racing third. Fourth up the rail, Brookdale Layton. There goes the Sports Desk. He's coming 3 wide fifth. Moving up 3 wide sixth. That's Woodmere Ideal Art. Seventh along the rail, Braxton's Boy. Trailing the field, Century Invictus. 3 quarters up in 1:26 flat. And they race round the turn for the final time with an eighth to go. Little Leroy turning home. The Sports Desk second. Up for third, Woodmere Ideal Art, and down the stretch they come. Little Leroy. The Sports Desk between horses takes over late. The Sports Desk closing it out for the Blue Knight. Hughes second. That's Woodmere Ideal Art. On to finish third. That's Little Leroy. 1:55.4. There goes the Sports Dash to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winners Circle here in the 15th. A pacing gelding 5 by Sports Rider off the well-said Dam Ladies Critic. Owned and trained by Tammy McKay of Truro, Nova Scotia. Bred by Robert Key from Leechburg, Pennsylvania. And the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, guides him to victory. The miles in 1:55 and 4. The Sports Desk in the Super High 5 at Summerside. Now the official results in the 15th, Little Leroy 3rd, LaBarbe was 8th, Privilege finished 7th, Century Invictus 6th, Brookdale Layton 5th. The Sports Desk was the race winner. Woodmere Ideal Art was 2nd. Braxton's Boy finished 4th. They went 27-1, 56-1, 126, and the mile 155 and 4. In review, it's 387, 651, 24. The Sports Desk paid $17.10. The Exactor was $642.50. The Triactor was $594.80. The Late Daily Double $39.40. And it looks like there will be a Super High 5 carryover. That's going to wrap up our live presentation tonight here in Summerside. The Par Mutual handle $85,447. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.